Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second half of Low Ink November, where we bring you the Top Cut Alpha Bracket. I am Devvy, here joined by XRay.
Hello, hello. Pleasure to be here.
And we are going to bring you the first match here, which is Ravenous Raccoons versus Evening Chickens. Do you have anything to say about these two teams, XRay?
I dig Evening Chicken's roster, that's for sure. I don't know much about them, but the names, they already have a special place in my heart, you know?
Oh yeah, when you have a team that coordinates names like this, like these guys aren't the tags. They've got all of the sauces. It's fantastic. Yeah. We'll always keep an eye out that. Ravenous Raccoons, I know, is a pretty upcoming team that does bring a lot of power. I do know Bandit, Paladin, AJ. I'm not too familiar with Kento. I apologize, Kento, but I am familiar with the power that the Raccoons can bring.
Yeah, for sure. It will definitely be interesting to see how this plays out.
And our first map mode is going to be Splat Zones on the Reef. I'm expecting maybe a bucket to come out. I know one player does play CDS on Ravenous Raccoons. Maybe a Fire Fin might come out. We could see anything here. Yeah,
we'll definitely see for sure. Slosher is pretty nice on Reef, I will say.
It really is. Teams either control that, like, you got to control both top and bottom of bridge with your specials. If you get one on top, then you can pretty much block the bottom, which is a great thing to do in the mid match. So let's see who can break the neutral zone first.
Yeah, so we're kicking off here, and let's see the comps. All right. So no buckets, surprisingly.
Yeah, that is a little surprising, but we do have that Fire Fin and CDS coming out on the side of Ravenous Raccoons, along with the K Junior and a Petra Doolies, and the other team is bringing a C-Jet, which already has a Ray loaded up. And there it goes.
Love to see it.
And we see a pick. We see White Sauce coming in with the flank, getting 2 picks. Now seeing if they can get a third with the Charger. Evening Chickens moving in pretty quick here as they had zones capped and are moving in. White Sauce looks like that they got a couple picks. Or not White Sauce. Ravenous Raccoons look like that they had a couple picks there. But they're still holding the zone.
Yeah, this is a very strong start.
Cool Sauce here looking to paint around, seeing if they can maybe get up this column to get in Evening Chicken's way. White Sauce made their way over, but does get traded off by Kento.
Ravenous Raccoons does have a special on deck here, so there is still potential for them to reclaim the zone for sure. It's just a matter of coordination and not getting wiped.
Evening Chickens do have majority of the control here, as Ravenous Raccoons are just now looking to paint up, see if they can find an opening to go in. Looks like White Sauce got picked off on the corner there, and Evening Chickens are continuing to add pressure in their court. Oh, we saw AJ move in there. That did manage to take one zone, but unfortunately the one zone wasn't enough. But they're following up pretty quick here with some specials.
Yeah, they're very close on capping out this zone. All right, they did get it.
They did it. Good job stopping it at 12 there. Like, there's still 3 minutes in this game. Ravenous Raccoons are now building up a couple specials here and getting some court control so that now they can apply the pressure. But it looks like, White Sauce came in with a flank. That's a big double play there, getting those 2 players from Ravenous Raccoons off of bridge.
They do manage to get the pig. We do have another Ray going off. And it seems like the Doolies are opting to flank with a Baller.
Yeah, they were continuing to add that pressure. The zones are currently neutral. Looks like maybe one will get capped here. Fighting over the second side. And they did get it. Paladin here painting up, now moving with AJ. Seeing if they can go up the ramp here as a Ray does come out on the side of Evening Chickens.
Yeah, just contesting this, trying to contest this zone here. They do get a pick, 2 picks down on the side of Ravenous Raccoons, and it looks like they are going to reclaim it yet again.
Evening Chickens do a really good job with staggering their specials. They always have something to counter with, and that's giving Ravenous Raccoons a hard time to be able to hold zone for any longer than they have been.
Absolutely.
Bandit here taking some shots. We see a Booyah Bomb come out. Kento there on the zone, and it looks like there was a fight between White Sauce and Kento there. Hot Sauce going down as Ravenous Raccoons do claim zone and looking to see if now they can apply some more pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Though it looks like someone is down on the right side here, and they do manage to contain it. So now, oh, maybe not.
It was a good catch there. And Hot Sauce moving in. Let's see if maybe they can paint the zone, but they're keeping an eye out on this Firefin that is still managing to keep paint control, but the Firefin was the only one alive. There's a minute left on this clock, and the Evening Chickens are now in prime position to pull the lockout, and we've seen them do that earlier this match. Ooh, White Sauce getting caught there. Good pick by Kento. Another.
They're doing very well diverting a distraction here, allowing them to chip away from their penalty that they have going on. Before it was reclaimed, they did go down to 22, so that was very good. 30 seconds on the clock now.
30 seconds left. Ravenous Raccoons now needs to really regroup and make sure that they're not staggered coming into this. Make sure that they have some kind of special to work with or have the team together. It looks like they did get 2 pick on Evening Chickens, so this is a big chance here with 15 seconds left to go on the clock. They need to recap zones here to trigger overtime.
Ooh, and just whenever he had Bomb Rush ready.
Oh, that was a very big baller, just completely stopping Ravenous Raccoons.
And
great baller on the side of Cool Sauce there.
Wow. I'm definitely interested to see if Ravenous Raccoons will consider making a change in their comp, because from the looks of it, they didn't really have a lot of damage output. So they had like a rather difficult time dealing with the 52 whenever they had Booyah Bomb ready. And that allowed Evening Chickens to get a lot of openings here and there.
Mm-hmm. The 52 White Sauce did a lot of great flanks as well. That looks like that they caught Ravenous Raccoons off guard. The biggest one there being on bridge when Ravenous Raccoons had control. It looks like the 52 came up from behind. Maybe another thing to double check on map awareness, just to make sure that that doesn't happen, because they took down the back line and the mid line, which was a pretty big downfall there from holding pressure, because you need those 2 long range to help the short range.
Absolutely.
Apply the pressure there. But now we're moving on to Rainmaker Blackbelly.
Yeah, Rainmaker Blackbelly is definitely a far more linear map whenever it comes to like getting the lead and going for the objective, compared to like holding down a specific zone, center of the map. So it'd definitely be interesting to see what they offered or what they opt to do here.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of teams do go for quick pop here. Some teams just go right for the flank. It all depends on the team's play style. I think maybe it's a possible that we'll see a pop and possibly an immediate flank coming out from Evening Chickens, or they'll just move right in as a tidal wave.
Right.
Is what I can see them doing. For comps wise, I think Ravenous Raccoons actually might keep similar thing, because I mean they did have their front line there that adds a lot of pressure. They had long range to counter it and a painting weapon, so they might keep a similar comp here, maybe changing up a thing in the midline. Evening Chickens, it's always a surprise. Might be similar style here, going majority aggressive. But we will see as we get into game 2.
You do opt to switch to Vanilla Junior this time.
Mm-hmm. We see both teams bring out a Sea Jet now. and keeping the CDS. But Evening Chickens have a roller now. Rollers have a lot of ledge advantage. Yeah, the hero shot as well, and that'll be a decent one with the splashdowns too. You know, splashdowns get cancelled quite a bit, but if you put it in the right place, it can definitely deal, or it can definitely have a big impact.
Yeah, especially if since they don't have too many bombs here, they can substitute that out to pop the Rainmaker with those splashdowns.
See a back and forth Ray as Chili started, and now it is. And then Ravenous Raccoons popped their Ray, which did stop the Rainmaker.
White Sauce getting that sharp kill there. That was very good.
That was a very nice pick, but does get taken down the middle. You see Evening Chickens getting the pop and looking to see if they can paint around and figure out which way they're going with the Rainmaker. It looks like they're taking it left. But Ravenous Raccoons have the Ray to stop that. That's big, having the Ray ready when they take it down half pipe. Which it does get stopped.
They are in prime position to set up another push here. This is like the optimal route, you know, and they'll definitely get lead here, or they have already.
Yeah, they have.
They have a Ray going on here. They're initiating push. Their counter Ray wasn't able to. Oh, it was able to stop this push temporarily.
Where Evening Chickens had the Rainmaker stopped, Ravenous Raccoons had a pretty prime opportunity just to continue taking it up right. You stop it one way and they can just go the opposite direction and possibly get lead, which they did, but did get shut down by specials there.
Absolutely. And another shot kill. Unfortunately, it was a trade.
Unfortunate trade, but it was a good attempt.
Yes.
Looks like Ravenous Raccoons currently have a majority of mid control, and they're keeping Evening Chickens back, but Evening Chickens are doing a great job painting areas before they move into them, because they do know there is a roller, and I'm pretty sure that they're respecting the ledges for that roller.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they're about to regroup here. There's a Ray going off, and they do manage to get a kill here. And it looks like they are going to attempt to start a push here.
Looks like we see it jump in. They're trying to get Pop here. Fight for Pop in the middle there.
I believe you do see a roller in the distance trying to up for a flank here. Oh, well, I say that now.
We see a Ray coming out on the side of Ravenous Raccoons.
Yeah, they do manage to take out the Rainmaker, but yeah, this is very rough for...
Oh, that was a really good place to splash down. Was that a triple splashdown?
Seems like it.
Oh, wow. That's a huge wipe. Huge play there. Huge. But they get shut down early.
And another shot kill by the roller. Love to see it.
Oh my goodness. Ravenous Raccoons there are doing a really good job at winning those fights in half pipe. I think Evening Chickens needs to definitely be aware of their pathways here, because Ravenous Raccoons have been proving to shut down the half pipe. Maybe they need to try a right route this time.
Absolutely. Yeah. They definitely need to make a quick decision here, but...
Oh my goodness. Rainmaker was kind of sitting there alone in the middle, while Ravenous Raccoons just easily came in and picked it off.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ravenous Raccoon doesn't really have to commit too much here. They have 15 seconds on the clock, and all they have to really do is be able to hold down mid or prevent them from getting the Rainmaker.
Now's Evening Chicken's chance, but with the junior there was sharking the corner, but easily picked off in the 1v3. But it looks like that they were trying to set up the splashdown jump, which ended up actually failing. But the Ray coming out, trying to find this Rainmaker, which it does. Nice Ray there by Bandit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it looked like Evening Chickens had the same plan going in with their Rainmaker pushes, and whenever they did, Ravenous Raccoons was just, they were right there. They were in the corners, just ready to shut it down because they knew what was coming.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I think Evening Chickens just again needs to reassess their pathways to get a strong push, because once that Rainmaker kept getting shut down in the half pipe, Ravenous Raccoons had a free run on the right hand side just to go take lead or like extend their lead. Everything went in their favor.
It'll definitely be interesting to see this next game. Piranha Pit Clam Blitz. A pretty, I'd say, a somewhat standard Clam Blitz map. I'm personally a fan. I don't know about you.
For me, it's not my big one because I'm not the aggressive one. So, Hydra player. So this is an interesting map for me to work around on. But for these two comps, they've got like these two teams in their comps. They've got like a lot of pressure on both sides, and they've both got a ranged weapon. We saw 2 Sea Jets come out. We might see those again because I do see teams using Ray to make a push straight through mid on this map.
Ray definitely a strong pick, especially here.
And we might see the roller come out again, maybe, because roller control around the conveyors and its shark potential.
And curling being able to navigate throughout the map and all that.
Get one really good special push off and have the team all follow up on each other. And this game could be done pretty quickly.
Oh, most definitely.
All right, and here we go into game 3. Lucas. That is an interesting pick coming out from Ravenous Raccoons, but I have seen them do a lot of work on this map before.
We don't see a roller this time around, but we do see, however, 2 shooters, an InZap and a K-Shot, as well as the K-52 once again.
Those are new, and I think the 52 bringing back here is pretty good as well. The walls can definitely be annoying for the opposing team. Like Evening Chickens already moving in together and pushing the last 2 members of Ravenous Raccoons. They're down as they're spawning in.
Oh, they do miss the plan here.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Really close. It's just the 52 left when they do get taken down for a delayed wipe there. Great stop by Ravenous Raccoons. Just unfortunate miss by Evening Chickens.
Yeah, they're definitely combating for map control right now. We do see a Ray go off. And Ink Armor to counter it.
Yeah, Ink Armor is a really good counter when the Ray there. I like what Ravenous Raccoons did. They all just kind of, they were patient on the one side together. So then once the Ray was close to done, then they all moved into middle where Evening Chickens was waiting.
Kinto here potentially waiting for an opportunity to arise because he does have a ball already. He could set up a very strong push here.
Great picks. Not even going down there. That's big.
There is still a baller on deck. Oh, and very unfortunate. Wow. Based on this, how this game is panning out, it's probably going to go down to who's going to get a first opening push, really.
And it looks like it just happened. Cold Sauce going in, scoring the clam there and picking off the Ray while they're at it. And Ravenous Raccoons going 3 down there. One member still alive.
And they are still scoring. Down to 65. That's a very strong push.
They still had missiles. It looks like they just used missiles as well. Maybe they can keep it open. No, it looks like that push might be dead there. It looks like they're holding on to another clam, so all they gotta do is find their way right back in to continue. We see a trade there. But look at the map control from that overhead view. It's actually pretty neutral. It kind of cut off in the middle there. Both teams are putting out a good amount of paint there to keep control, and then it's definitely keeping neutral. Like I'm saying, I'm using this word a lot. But then each team's coming through with a special to break through. But it looks like Ravenous Raccoons have won this fight, putting 3 down on the side of Evening Chickens, and now they're trying to make a clam here. But it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble. But they do manage to do it, and out comes the baller.
And there are super jumps coming in. And they do get the lead here.
Even though they get a wipe there, that was a really good push getting that lead. Now they have to really come in and defend this push that Evening Chickens is probably about to do. You can see them lurking on the right side there. One manages to go in, but they don't get the clam in.
And
oh, there we go. They did it.
Yeah.
I didn't see where that one member.
Give it a little bit of time, you know?
I didn't see where that member from Evening Chickens came from, but it looks like they were hiding down below as they came up the wall to try to throw in that clam, but just missed. But at least they had the follow-up to be able to get that clam in and reclaim their lead.
Absolutely. And then we do have another Ray going off here. Junior's the only one up. Trying to stay alive here. Does get a pick here.
Nice pick there.
And the CJ got taken down very early. That's very unfortunate.
Oh, the Junior there unfortunately getting trapped by the missiles, allowing them to get damage for going into that 1v1. And Evening Chickens might knock it out right here, which they do.
Yep.
That one was a great back and forth by both teams. They both kept a decent amount of turf control for each other. They were following up on pushes. Like you'd always see 3 go in whenever they were about to make their push. And it was really great to see that team coordination go down.
Yeah, speaking of back and forth, this set, in fact, is going back and forth.
It is going back and forth. This is a great first set to be able to cast for the people watching. Better see some hypes in the chat for your favorite teams, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Bring on all the hype!
So this next map mode here is going to be Tower Control Inkfarer. I would be surprised if I believe it was Evening Chickens with the 52. Yeah, I would be surprised if they swapped off from it, because Booyahbomb is very, very essential, especially in tower control. Especially for late game, to contest the tower to prevent the opposing team to ride it and whatnot.
Very true. I can see Evening Chickens actually bringing both the Booyah and Ray combo, so they have 2 tower shutdown specials. Booyahbomb is definitely a lot more potent now than the Ray, but both. Again, two top shutdown specials. You see teams using both of them to their abilities. If they don't have one, they've got the other one, or they will use both.
Absolutely.
So I can see Evening Chickens bringing both specials. When it comes to Ravenous Raccoons, I can see them bringing a charger with the Ray, at least. Maybe one of the juniors might come back. Or the Junior might come back, but not too sure which one. I imagine the vanilla, but I could be wrong.
Who knows? Who knows? Alright, so we are starting off this next game here. And let's see the comps. So they do stick to Junior. and a custom blaster. You don't see that very often anymore.
They still did opt to bring a Booyah, but this Booyah comes from the K-Pro now and not a 52. And yeah, that blaster that White Sauce is bringing instead could be very impactful when it's put in the right place.
And there's the raid, 10 seconds in, or 20 seconds rather, but you know, I love to exaggerate, you know.
Oh, nice pick by Cool Sauce there, catching the charger as they made themselves open on the wall. And they did get 2 picks there, but Paladin following up with 1. So it's still relatively an even game here, as no one really has the potential to push, but it looks like Evening Chickens are trying to anyway, as their team members are coming back in. Nice trade there by the blaster.
And they're still pushing the tower here. And another raid going off here, keeping the K-Pro at bay, preventing the... Oh, and a Booyah Bomb even. Wow. Yeah, this is a very strong push. Preventing the opposing team to go on the right side is very critical to get these first few checkpoints here.
Absolutely. Evening Chickens just pretty much destroyed what I said before. They had the potential to push. They already got the 54. They did get wiped there, but that's still a pretty decent push for what they had to work with.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if Raccoons will have to return the favor with this next push potentially.
It looks like the Pro getting taken down in the corner there, as Evening Chickens did have map control, and they are looking to make another push here as they have armor at the ready and probably another special shortly after. Hot Sauce here looking for a possible flank, and they've got the blaster to cover it.
They do have Wing Jet going off here.
There we go, they used the jet there to clear off more on flat. The blaster is really threatening when it's under that ledge. But it looks like now finally gets taken out, so that threat's been cleared, and the Raccoons now have a chance to take mid control back.
Absolutely.
Although their painter does go down.
As well as the charger.
Charger there trying to get up on top to maybe get a couple picks, but it looks like that they peeked up top a little too early and got picked off there by the rope. We have coming out to clear off that corner, and it's actually a pretty decent place to put that Booyah Bomb. Ooh, Charger got caught in a really bad corner there. As that was a 3 down on the side of Ravenous Raccoons.
And the raid definitely ensuring that like no one's getting on the tower.
Yeah, it's still both teams are making it hard to make something happen here, but it looks like the Evening Chickens are still taking advantage that they do have mid control. I think they're aware that most of Ravenous Raccoons members are pushed back, so they did move up a little more there, but then played it a little cautious.
Absolutely. And I lost count with how many raids there are here in this game. It's insane. But they definitely played their part in this game here for sure.
Absolutely. We see Kento here now waiting for an opportunity as 2 come down with armor. See if he can get a pick. No, unfortunately doesn't take any of them with. That armor there was definitely huge on that 2v1. Making it really hard for the Doolies there to even take one with. Oh wow.
This is a huge push.
Cool Sauce coming in and just saying, no, you can go back to spawn. This minute left's ours.
This plat, ours.
Ravenous Raccoons being stuck on their window and plat here. Oh, there was a pick in the middle there. Evening Chickens going 2 down here, but they still seem to have map control. Or no, they don't, sorry. It's orange map control now.
Yeah, Ravenous Raccoon this whole game here, they had a solid defense plan. It's just a matter of getting that initial push out, and it seems like they are making an attempt here though.
Doolies were doing a really good job there adding pressure, but it didn't look like that they had any follow-up though. I bet you if they had follow-up, that could have been a more impactful push to allow the tower to go ahead. Oh my goodness! All of a sudden you see 3 just go down! Wow! What a shutdown for the end.
Is the blaster meta back upon us? Who knows?
I don't think it ever left, to be honest with you.
I mean, based off that game, I wouldn't think so either.
I think there's always been a bit of blaster lurking underneath, and the blasters players, when they come out, they shine.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, what a great set to see. Both of these teams had counters to each other, and seeing them move in together. Evening Chickens just seem to have the upper edge on a lot of their flanks and catching Ravenous Raccoons off guard whenever one was pushing ahead a little too far.
Yeah. As unfortunate as it was, it didn't go to a Game 5. It was still a very fun set to watch and most definitely fun to cast.
Absolutely. GG's to both teams. Congrats to Evening Chickens for winning the set 3-1. And we're going to take a short break, maybe? Okay. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with you soon. All right, and we are already back, bringing you round 2 of Alpha Bracket Top Cut of Low Ink. And we are now here with Xylo versus Poulice do MMR. I have definitely seen Xylo in the past. I've seen that they can bring a lot of aggression with their pushes, and Poulice do MMR I know absolutely nothing about. Unfortunately.
Here.
But it looks like that they are doing quite well in this event, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring. It's always interesting to see a team I don't know and see what they can do.
You'll never know if there's a breakup performance arising upon us, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The element of surprise is always a nice thing to see. And we're going to be kicking off game 1 of round 2 on Rainmaker Starfish.
Okay, kicking off here, we see actually a pretty standard comp on both sides. Seeing the Nautilus on the side of Team Xylo and a Sploosh 7 on the side of Poulice, Devvy, and Ramar.
And it looks like one team did go for more aggression, but it looks like things are still staying pretty neutral in mid. But as I say that, Xylo coming in and moving right on. Oh, the hammer! Oh, the hammer! It looks like, oh wow, what a quick turnaround. Very quick turnaround.
Very nice pick there.
Stopped in the corner, it looks like, and the Poulice, even though they were 2 down, they're still like holding their ground. They're keeping up pressure as their teammates try to follow in, and it looks like Xylo having a hard time keeping them out as another hammer comes out, taking down the Nautilus.
Yeah, very strong start here. And there is a flank here. Potentially going to start a push. The K-Pro taking down 2 people here. Potentially starting a second push here on the side of Team Poulice and MMR.
The Nautilus there was in the right position to take a couple members out, but it looks like we've got a Nautilus versus Bucket fight, but the bucket doesn't. The Bucket does come out with the win.
Another trade by the hammer here. It looks like they are opting to have the room to reset on its own. Potentially re-coordinating themselves. And they do have a ray ready to potentially prevent this push from happening.
The missile's coming out, adding pressure. The ray now coming out, but it looks like that ray might be... It looked like the ray was getting pressured there, but did do enough to stop the Rainmaker, and Xylo causing a team wipe there.
Yeah, the Ray definitely doing his job there. We've got Blue here trying to set up a right side push, maybe? We do see an inkjet going off here.
Looks like they did manage to get a pick and took the Rainmaker there.
Absolutely.
I believe the Sploosh is trying to stay alive here and using some walls to their advantage, tossing bombs, trying to paint whatever they can, but it looks like they're really stuck by Xylo's pressure here. Another hammer coming out. Xylo taking the Rainmaker in, did take the lead.
It's actually a little concerning for Poulice and MMR because they don't necessarily have a good defensive special. To prevent another push coming upon themselves.
We see 2 down on the side of Xylo as Poulice are just making their way through. Nice stop there by the K-shot, and the Sploosh was just up in their base. Like, holy smokes! Unfortunately, they weren't able to take the lead though, as now there's 15 seconds left. Xylo just has to make sure that this Rainmaker doesn't get grabbed. Oh, that was really close. That was really close.
There was an attempt for sure.
Nice control at the end there by the side of Xylo. They had the paint control, their members there, so the lead that they took was definitely well-deserved lead take back there. And Poulice did make a good attempt to take that lead back, and even at the end where they snuck in to try to grab it, but Xylo was just there to stop it.
Yes, so going on to this next game here, we got Anchovy Clam Blitz. What are your thoughts on this map mode?
Anchovy Clam Blitz. Well, a lot of aggressive teams come in here. You see a lot of ink jets and bubbles come out on this map. With the ink jets going over the wall and bubbles just like controlling under the basket. They use them as defense, and then when popped is just destructive. So a push can go on for a very long time there, with the help of bubbles. But I'm not too sure if the teams are going to bring one or not.
Yeah, we'll definitely see for sure. Another thing to mention is that similar to the comparison I always draw to is like Camp Triggerfish. You can set up two like separate pushes on two different sides, and it's very hard for the defending team to actually monitor both sides.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have the two main pathways you have over fan, and you have over the left-hand side wall. And I know, diversions are really huge on this map. Like you can have one side come in, the clam will kind of be in the middle, so you're not too sure which way it's going to go. So it's kind of like mind tricks. yeah is what teams will play here. Like you'll have they'll kind of split their frontliners up in a way. They'll have one side, one the other, and just go.
For sure. Alright, we should be getting started here pretty soon.
Teams now deciding what comps they're going to bring. It looks like 3 of them are already ready pretty quick. I'm guessing there might be a change in the lineup here probably for this time. So I'm really curious to see what's going to change.
Yeah, that's very likely for sure.
Oh yeah. We see Poulice ready to go. Xylo taking a little bit longer to decide on what they want to run here.
Could be a little debate going on which comp to go with.
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see if there was one member of Poulice that just went full-on aggro into Xylo's base last game. I wonder if they're going to do a similar tactic here and just try to be that nuisance on the plat that Xylo has to get rid of in order for them to move forward.
Yeah, it'll also definitely buy them some time to collect clams even and to set up a push. So that'd be very interesting to see. But we are ready here. We will be rolling out here in a few seconds. So we'll definitely see which comps they're bringing for this game. Ooh.
Oh, Bamboo. Was there a squeezer there?
Yep, foil
there
squeezer.
Was. Bamboo with squeezer. 96 as well. Wow. Xylo's got a lot of pressure weapons there. Like, they may be longer range and stuff like that, but the special combo, the pressure that they apply, this is going to be interesting to see against what Poulice has to bring here.
Yeah, that being said, we do see the K-Shot actually getting an early pick here on the fan. This is very, very strong to control, especially very early on.
I really like how they waited up on top of the fan before they dropped down to go, but unfortunately when they did drop out down anyways, they managed to get picked up.
Yeah, one thing you'll definitely be seeing a lot is for this squeezer. It has a very, very long range, and they're able to take out a lot of anchor weapons with quite ease. So you'll definitely be seeing that a lot. So Charger will definitely have to be very wary.
Oh! Was that a bubble pop? That was a bubble pop. That was big. We saw an ouch go down by the basket there, and Xylo was kind of being cautious of it. We saw a baller go in, and then there's 2 members of Poulice there, and a bubble coming in and just going boom. It's not pop, it's boom. Jet there trying to apply some pressure, but the jump is caught out from underneath the left-hand side there.
Yeah, so Xylo's still lacking control of the fan here, so this is offering a good opportunity for Poulice to actually get their own push started.
They've got enough clams to work with. They've got a couple specials ready to go. They have armor and baller. The armor does come out. Xylo do have those bubbles ready, so they're ready to stop this push with these bubbles if it does happen. We see the squeezer in position on the left-hand side, but now they're figuring out where is Poulice going. But it looks like they're back on their own flat.
It looks like it might have not been a trade per se, but the 2 splatter shots still get eliminated here.
The jumps coming in. Are they still going to make these clams? Oh, they made one of them.
Yeah, not the biggest of pushes, but still coin points nonetheless.
I think the other clam did make a right decision not to jump with, but I think if they did, they still would have got more points out of it. It's very, very risky play there when the baller gets shredded that quickly, but yet you're still close enough to make that jump in, which is really hard to see on the map sometimes. Bubbles coming out. It looks like they're trying to get shredded right away, but they did hold enough for the squeezer to get into the basket as the jump does come in. And it's just going to be interesting to see this 1v1 play out here to see if Xylo's going to get any more clams in, which they do. They didn't take lead off it though, but there's a jump coming in. Oh, it made it. Oh, that was a really close jump. I was afraid that clam was going to miss.
Yeah, RNG definitely not favoring the 96 there, but he was still managed to set up a push there, or to get close to the basket.
All they had to do was push that other member back to get in so that they could get their other clam to jump in. They scored a few clams, even just being there. So just like their range did enough for them, even if they didn't get the pick.
Speaking of picks, man, that baller is just getting bullied.
It really, truly is. But I think Xylo is picking up on the fact that that's what they're going to use to push in. So they need to be aware of it and get ready to shred it every time when they see that special on the slosher light up.
It definitely be really hard to coordinate because a lot of these weapons on Xylo's side do a hefty amount of damage, especially on objects in general.
They really do. And here comes another baller coming. Baller weaving around, this swaying. They want the jumps. It didn't.
Baller doesn't get shredded this time.
It didn't get shredded, but I think a bubble decided to come in and say no. Or no, it didn't. I think the 96 got pigs. I don't think there was a bubble there. I just saw 2 go down, and I didn't see how they went down. You just automatically assume it's a bubble because that's what it does. But they did shut that push down.
They did manage to get the lead, however.
They did manage to get the lead. With 2 seconds left, Xylo needs to get that clam, get some of their specials, and find a way in really quick here. But I believe Poulice is going to be in the right position to stop. We do have armor. As they pop armor, they're going to try something really quick here. Bomb rush comes out. Oh, are they going to make this clam in? They got it in, but I don't know if there's going to be much follow-up to it.
And the platform too.
Oh, they're still going. They're still going. Look at the movement. That was so close.
Very unfortunate, but it was a very, very good attempt nonetheless.
Oh wow, that was a very big attempt. Like they found the way in. I think the bomb rush there, like the bombs weren't gonna explode in time, so I think the 96 that went in there knew this and tried to beat the bomb explosions, which they managed to do, even though they went down afterwards, and that was really close follow-up by the other members. But wow, and you could see the strafing, the movement, just keeping those clams, trying to throw in as many as they can to dodge as many shots as possible. That was actually really close comeback, possible or potential comeback.
Really shaky on both sides, so it wasn't a very clear-cut like victory.
I think Poulice there kind of taking the easy route in on their pushes, though, relying on the baller most of that time. So it just got capitalized on. I think the team should do more moving in together instead of just relying on that baller when it comes to Clam Blitz, because we've seen how quick it can be shredded.
Yeah. So this next game we're going on here is Wahoo TC. I'm kind of curious on to what Xylo will opt to do here, because they did have a lot of long-range weapons here, and there's those long-range weapons are still pretty strong on Wahoo. I think it's just a matter of what aggressor they're going to be using.
I think both comps are going to be relatively similar here, as both teams readied up really quickly. Oh no, they did. They changed pretty quickly. Both teams have a splatter scope on the side, and we see Xylo with a Neo Splash and Tetras, while Poulice have a K Machine Junior and a K Shot.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh wow! Fight happened already somewhere, as two went down on yellow side there, and one down on blue.
It's pretty neutral for this very first part of the game here. However, there are two down.
Oh my goodness. This machine here trying to control mid, but they, again, both sides go down too, getting each other down. To see now if Poulice can move forward, paint up a bit, and possibly get a push going, which they're doing relatively decent now, but armor and both rays are coming out as well, and a splashdown. Here comes the special movement.
Yeah, K-Machine not able to take out the Tetras here, but however, just as I said that, I was going to say the K-Shot was managed to, but that was later taken out by the 96 here.
The 96 did a great shot there. It was even the simplest of tap took out the incoming front line that was coming up to them on the ledge. That was a really great tap and pick there.
Yeah, this is actually surprisingly a pretty back and forth game so far. Typically, this map mode, it's pretty snowbally, I'd say. But both teams are definitely playing to their strengths here.
A lot of times it seems the hardest part is to get the tower down into the court, because a lot of the long-range weapons can get into a position where they can just plain as day shoot it in an open tower or get fall-off shots from above. So it's really hard for them to take that first checkpoint.
The K-Machine starting the charger here, but the Tetras come out of nowhere and taking out the K-Machine.
Ooh, but nice pick on by what are there? But getting knowing that they're up there, Xylo is applying bombs and shots, and of course they do get caught out up in that top corner there.
They do have an armor ready, but the splash managed to get taken out.
Looks like Xylo's trying to make an attempt to move that tower, but Poulice are in a great position to stop it as soon as it gets moving, which they are doing. They already picked off the charger, and but they're getting picks back. So this, wow,
I will say the K Machine's positioning himself like very, very well once they once Team Xylo gets on the tower. They position themselves under the carousel to where they can actually contest the tower as it comes down, making it very difficult to deal with.
They really are. I think this game's going to come down to who can get majority of the wipe, but as I say that, it looks like Xylo get 3 down on the side of Poulice.
Yeah, they're definitely closing in on a lead here.
Both chargers here looking to see if they can take out each other.
Xylo does manage to get it.
Oh my goodness. Pick after pick going on in the court.
This flash is going insane. Wow.
Absolutely.
Very, very, very good play.
And the Tetras just staying underneath, waiting for the charger to show themselves as they just dodge out and do shots. As Xylo extends their lead by a little more and taking this first checkpoint finally. And there's only 40 seconds left in this game, and they've only just gotten past first checkpoint. Again, we see teams trying to hold mid here as there's 2 members of Poulice there and Xylo's just on the bottom. They just need to get in the position to stop any push that comes, but 2 of them do go down. Poulice is in a very great position here to possibly take lead, but it looks like there was one behind the tower doing some work as well.
And that seems that'll do it here.
I think that'll be the game. Wow! Wow, very, very back and forth by both teams, and it's just like they weren't even like really huge pushes. It just, in this game, any push that they got counted.
Absolutely.
Yeah, both teams used their comps to their advantage, and they just, I think there was a lot of trades happening as well with the big fights that happened that we didn't quite get a good view on. But wow, great jobs to both teams there. And the next one we're going to is Splat Zones on Sturgeon, and this could be a very interesting map mode as well to see these 2 teams on.
Yeah. It'd definitely be pretty likely that this one will actually KO this time around.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I'm curious as to see what comps they'll bring here, because this is a little bit of a dial back from the past 2 like long range heavy maps. But,
yeah, that's true. We might see maybe that Neo Splash will stay.
Yeah, it's very likely. Very likely. We can maybe see a Fire Fin even.
Yeah, that too. Bring out the bomb rushes, but the biggest thing that counters the bomb rushes is a booyah. So maybe a team will bring a booyah as well.
We'll definitely see for sure. And we see the Knot and Soda Slosher for Team Poulice here.
Not Firefin Jr. and K-Pro for Xylo, and then Zap, Soda Slosh, and K-Shot for Poulice. Soda Slosh can definitely do a lot of work on the sides of the bridge there. We see the charger in its position now moving up with their teammates a little bit, I think. Oh no, 2 of their teammates go down.
One thing to mention here real quick about the Soda Slosher is that it's a very, by nature, the Slosher itself is a very aggro weapon, but with that bomb rush, whenever it's not necessarily going for picks, it can definitely hold a bomb rush to contest the opposing bomb rush, because it throws out pain a lot quicker.
Oh yeah, that is really true. They do have to really be aware of when the other team has their booyah ready. But right now it looks like Poulice got it down to 63, and Xylo are now making their move in as they now have zone cap. Jet adding pressure on the top corner as they do know someone is lurking up there, and it is the Slosher. They're just doing all they can to apply all the paint up in the top left corner there, making sure that they just don't get down. Armor coming out, Pro getting picks. Looks like
doesn't seem like they're contesting zone here.
Someone from Poulice did manage to sneak out, and they managed to get Xylo 3 down there, pushing the charger back.
So we see the junior here trying to maintain its armor, trying to contest the right side with the splat bombs as much as it can. It does manage to get the armor off, set up a potential push, and just barely able to take out that.
Wow, that junior managed to stay alive. That's huge. that was
pretty scary.
That was a tight corner for the junior to be in, but managed to succeed.
Slosher's still alive in that sniper. He does have a bomb rush ready. He could potentially cut the zone here.
And we see that come out. They did neutralize it. But Xylo was painting it up pretty quickly. Like, it's 50-50 right now. Oh, the Pro there getting caught out in the corner. It was a great call out there where Poulice just turned to it instead. But Xylo was able to cap in the meantime, and they managed to take lead from that.
Yeah, Poulice definitely, unfortunately, getting cornered on that side there. Definitely going to be very difficult to try to recontest the zone here, as the timer is ticking down from 10 right now. So it seems like Xylo's going to be taking this one here. Yep.
It all went down to that fight on the wing. It just reversed as one member from Xylo got caught out by 3, but then the rest of Xylo just came over to deal with it. And as they did that, they took zone cap and got picks on top of it, which allowed them to get that KO.
Yeah, that was a very good performance by Xylo. So they're playing up to expectation, that's for sure. They've been on quite the tear in their own right.
As I said, Xylo has shown some pretty dominant, aggressive pushes in the past, and even now they've shown what they can do. They definitely, Poulice did put up a great fight as well. Like, we saw how neutral Wahoo World Tower was. That was a great set overall to see at how back and forth this was. But I think now we are going to move on to a break, and we will be back.
seems like they are making an attempt here, though.
Doolies are doing a really good job there adding pressure, but it didn't look like that they had any follow-up, though. I bet you if they had follow-up, that could have been a more impactful push to allow the tower to go ahead. Oh my goodness! All of a sudden you see 3 just go down! But they did hold enough for the squeezer to get into the basket as the jump does come in. It's just going to be interesting to see this 1v1 play out here to see if Xylo's going to get any more clams in, which they do. They didn't take lead off it though, but there's a jump coming in! Oh, it made it! Oh, that was a really close jump. I was afraid that clam was going to miss.
Is a victory that they can kind of be comfortable with. Now, I don't think they do get it in like an awkward, far away spot. Oh, was he gonna land in the water?
He was.
But if last chance, I honestly favorable to them than the last tower control game was.
Especially on Sturgeon Shipyard, the game gets much faster, but Twift with the flank and gets the job done. Not quite, but still. A good job with the Anzap! Wow, with
All right. Welcome back to the top cut of Low Ink. We are now going into round 3 with 2 teams I'm very much looking forward to see go head to head. We've got Squid Row versus Fluency.
Yeah, I can't say I'm very familiar, but based on where they're placing at right now, this is potentially going to be another very fun set to watch.
I could say it definitely will. On the other side, I'm quite familiar with both of these teams. Fluency, I particularly know. I know 3 of them relatively well. And Squid Row, I know WBG's been pretty close to for some time, doing a bunch of scrims. They're definitely 2 good teams. I'm very looking forward to seeing them go head to head. And first set we're going to see them go into is Clam Blitz Albacore.
Yeah, this map mode's pretty interesting. This map in general is like very not reliant on backlines per se, but like they perform very, very well here. So it'd be pretty interesting what they opt to go here. Some people would even opt to do double backline, but I think that's a little kooky.
In all honesty, recently I've seen people do it more often. Like it's definitely more reliant on the long range weapons here because close range have a hard time to flank.
Speaking of long range, we do see a Squeezer.
Squeezer and a Gluga again for a clam mode. Different team, and following it they've got a heavy Splatling and a Enzap. We see Squid Row, and we see both teams slowly making their way to the center here, but Squid Row getting the upper hand as they've already picked off one of the back lines, so Fluency now coming back.
Well, we're 2 on both sides, but however,
the bomb to the wall! That was a great bomb throw from yeah. Anywho, they're controlling street here quite well and giving Fluency a really hard time. The Splatling is now taking control of the right bridge along with 2 other members of Squid Row.
Yeah, they're definitely holding their own very well here. It was looking very dicey at the beginning because
oh no!
And just as I said, the Squeezer managed to live here.
The Squeezer opting to stay behind the wall for cover instead of going around to get those extra clams to possibly make a ball and go. They're waiting for more of a potential push option, but it looks like Fluency just sneaking through the back door and opening the clam basket.
And they do manage to get a few extra clams here. Very good start for Team Fluency.
Yeah, absolutely. The just completely unnoticed. It just slipped through the right-hand side, managed to get the clam in, which made Squid Row have to come back and be like, "Oh no, we missed something."
Yeah, you'll definitely see that a lot in Albacore because this map is very spacious. So like flanks are like pretty common because it's very not everything's in line of sight.
Squid Row is 1 clam away. Oh, there they go. They got the lead. Quickly overturned by Squid Row there, coming back in with a push, retaking lead. But the Nautilus coming and doing some work, but getting caught up with Gluga.
Oh. Definitely trying to reclaim mid here. Setting up for a push on the right side. Same goes for Team Squid Row here. It's pretty neutral right now. It's just a matter of what picks are taken here. We see an Inkjet going off a pretty even awkward spot for
the leap dodges. That was a wonderful sight. It's like you're dancing on the bridge to dodge shots, but Fluency able to make their way in and reclaim lead back with a Booyah Bomb coming out. Any more follow-up? The Splatling tried to get another clam in. I think they did get another clam in. Oh look here comes the back door throwing again.
They do manage to get it right before the
Squidrow is not really paying attention to their what would be right-hand side corner because Fluency's gotten in there twice now.
Yeah, it's definitely a matter of whether they'll be able to readjust to that next time. But now they have to really, really try to outperform.
We see street control being taken by these Belugas here. This is a pretty prime position. You see a lot of dualies going in that side. Coming in with the baller, I believe we're going to have a clam jump here. There's a minute left. Oh, they stopped! They stopped that one. They stopped one clam, but another one does go in. Are they going to stop this other player from throwing clams in? They do. Oh, that could have been a tight call there. But the fact that they stopped that second clam from going in was huge.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very close one. The 30 seconds on the clock here.
.30 left, and Fluency still has the lead, but Squidrow's got 2 power clams to work with, but they've only got 3 members alive at the moment. Still 15 seconds to work with. Anything can happen. We see a pressure inkjet coming in. Fluency's got 2 clams themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get any picks off that inkjet there.
2 members down on the side of Fluency, and 2 members going down. The specials are coming out. Squidrow is going to try to make this last raw push, but they get shut down in street. There's still 1 more clam. They're doing all they can here. This is the fight. They got one in. They did it! Oh my goodness. The Splatling taking the time to hop up on the snipe there as their fellow teammate just pushed their way through to be able to get to a place where that they can throw that clam. They just weren't shut down in time. Wow. The heavy there was in a great position to still be able to throw the clam in, but it was all down to if the other teammate was going to get to their clam in as well. But they managed to, and that was amazing push through.
Yeah,
great comeback by Squidrow.
That was quite the nail biter for this first game. I'm curious if that will set the tone for this whole set, even.
This is only the beginning. And how back and forth that was. We saw Fluency coming in there with a couple big flanks that helped them get the beginning leads and throw Squidrow off. They managed to pull that off twice, but I think the third time they actually managed to get caught out by Squidrow. I'm expecting Fluency to probably do something similar here to take out some of the threats that can zone tower out when pushing on Mako here. But still, I'm really excited about, still really excited and hyped. We saw that first match. Oh my goodness. I think this next set's gonna be just as crazy. Or the next game, I should say. Looks like both teams are now ready up as we get on to the second game of Tower Control on Mako. K-Machine coming out on the side of Fluency.
We do see the K Jr. making a return here. Very interesting pick.
There's also a V-Splash coming out as well. Toxic Mist and Inkjet are actually quite a nuisance on this map mode.
Typically you'll see it more often on Mako Rainmaker to handle that right side. I don't quite remember the call out, but where you make that leap. But yeah, I can definitely see it still doing some work here.
See that Ray coming out, and Squidrow's bringing their bubbles. They notice that Fluency is cornered on the stack, and 1v1 going down there from the Zaps, and Squidrow coming out with the win there and forcing another member from Fluency to jump back.
And we do see a Booyah bomb go off there. Very back and forth, despite it only being a minute so far. So definitely keeping that trend up.
Ooh, caught in a tight corner, but they did manage to at least get one pick. This Inkjet coming out, also getting a pick, pressuring the Splatling now. They still have the opportunity to push the tower here, but the K-Shot comes in and takes the Tower Rider. But a couple members from Squid Row are still around to pose a threat. But it looks like now that they've got to flee as Fluency's moving in.
Yeah, Squid Row doing a very fine job at like constantly contesting these first few checkpoints here. Fluency having a pretty hard time to make it back in.
These fizzy bombs here adding a lot of pressure as well with the machine when they took a position on stack. Throwing out fizzies, just their sloshes, it's a big controller. We see three down on the side of Fluency though. Or not Fluency, Squid Row. Fluency is taking the tower now and using their specials.
They could potentially take a lead here. Very strong push here.
I believe that they've got lead now.
The rate was a tad bit slow to contest the lead, but they do manage to force them off the tower here.
And there's still a good 2.5 minutes still to go in this game, so Squid Row still has time to make another lead push.
Yeah, very interesting trade the K-Shot managed to pull off there. And we do see and it seems like Fluency's still potentially keeping up the push here.
See the bucket and the zap here working together to add pressure on Snipe, and they do manage to get a pick down on the junior, which is really big here, and they're now extending their lead. Look at this pressure that Fluency is adding. They're together, they're bombing and painting over the ledges, but it looks like Squid Row's come back over. And the splashdown! Oh, the K-Machine! Squid Row coming back in. Nope, splashdown. We're continuing. They want to knock this out.
I was going to comment how the splashdown could be sort of used as a last ditch, but they clearly made me eat my words there. Getting like a almost kill.
They really did. They're at the final checkpoint, pushing for the win here. And look at this. That was beautiful execution. There's so much pressure being applied under those ledges by Fluency. Squid Row had a really hard time pushing through, and the one time they did, they got caught in a trap. Wow.
Yeah, definitely very fun game so far. I lost my train of thought. Wow.
The train of thought has left the building. Choo choo.
Yeah.
It just kind of took you by wow. Like I know that splashdown, I think even shook my mind. Like holy smokes, it was such a well-timed splashdown.
Yeah, but this next game, however, is going to Splat Zone's Skipper. Will be pretty interesting here. I'm curious as to see what front lines they'll opt to go here or use here, because there'll be some instances where you'll see the front lines going for flanks, and that could really open up a lot of opportunity to like solidify a lead for the game.
Oh yeah, the flanks play a big part here, and this is another one of the maps that can add a lot of diversion to, correct? And because of the flanks that they can do on statue, or like they can put a couple on the bottom, but you might have the two most impactful weapons in another area pushing in from somewhere else and doing the most while another's just stalling on the side. So there's a lot of communication that goes down on this map.
Yeah, we are getting started here. Just very curious to see what weapon picks we see here.
I think the V Splash is replaced by a Neo Splash.
And something was replaced with the V Belugas even. That's a very fun weapon to see. You don't see that very often.
You really don't, but the mines are a nice zone trap from time to time, and the Inkjet is also a good pushover mid when they need to add some more pressure. But it looks like both teams having 2 down there, with Squidrow taking the first cap. But it's not going to be long before I think Fluency can take it back, as the machine does take a pick out on the splatling there. Oh, shot out! That's big. As Squidrow keeps their cap.
Very nice cancel there. We do see the Squeezer having their bubbles ready to fence out any form of counter push here. As I say that, didn't go through.
Ooh, I think the bucket coming in there a little too early, as Squidrow noticed that someone was coming down and just quickly shot them out.
Fluency managed to get the cap here, setting out a pretty sizable penalty here.
With Fluency now having the cap, it looks like the Nzaps here trying to put some pressure on the 2 in the middle. Does manage to take down the Inkjet, but is quickly traded off by another member. But it looks like it's going back and forth there, as teammates are following up quite well to each other's picks. And Fluency is able to keep the zone cap here, with their penalty almost over.
Absolutely. Yeah, Squeezer was in a very rough spot there. He was in a dire situation to get a pick or get picked, you know.
Oh, that was a delayed wipe that happened. Fluency, look at them go. They're about to reclaim lead here. And they're applying all the pressure in the corners here. The machine's in a prime spot in mid. Remix is painting flat. You see the splashdown on the bottom. Fluency's in all the right places here, and making sure that they capitalize on all these entryways that Squidrow has. Oh, look at this! Oh, they were so close! Squidrow was so close to taking that, but it looks like the bubble... I think there was a bubble going out in the middle there that didn't quite have enough impact to take full zone there, and Remix tried to paint what they could from where they were, but they didn't quite get it in the end there, as Fluency were 2 down, but they managed to hold it. That's the biggest thing. Even with 2 down, just keep painting.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems that they're a bit too slow on the draw at the end there. Pretty unfortunate, despite a lot of the zone being covered there, but you know how spots are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Fluency had a whole, like I said, the whole lot of pressure that they were putting there. The machine was shifting back and forth. We saw the machine even come into a splashdown jump at the end there on plat, just to keep it painted, give the splash a little more to work with, and then kept shifting around. That was really nice shift work done by the K machine as well.
Absolutely. Definitely one of the machine's bigger strengths.
Even the Nzaps play in the middle there, where they initiated a fight and took down the Inkjet, and teammate followed up, the Nzap from Fluency, who went in and took down the Inkjet, and everyone just followed up off of that, where Fluency was still able to take the win overall on that fight and hold their cap.
Right. That being said, we are going to go ahead and go into our next game here. Black Belly Rainmaker. And we'll be rolling right in.
Last time we saw this map mode, we saw Rays come out from both side teams. I'm not too sure if they're going to bring Rays, but we already see 1. And there's 2. So the Stingrays are back. And so are the V-Glugas.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting to see a lot of... the K Machine's actually running Last Ditch here. I don't know if he did that last game, but...
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. Well, that's going to be pretty handy if Fluency they don't manage to get this opening push here, and they lose the lead to like 30 points, because they could potentially use double fizzies, which is quite annoying on this map.
Oh yeah, definitely for if the half-pipe push is happening. The fizzies just control most of it just by its lonesome. But we see it looks like 3 down now on the side of Squid Row as Fluency has a chance to take it here, but they got caught out by a bomb. But it looks like that they're now finally able to take it. It's a little slow to the push, but that bomb was definitely the cause of that.
Yeah, a small lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Oh yeah. But it looks like that they're still going, and now they're extending this lead as the Rainmaker's pushing for points there.
Very strong.
Which, yeah. Squid Row here now opting to paint up. They have the Rainmaker. It looks like they're making that half-pipe push, but we already saw Fizzy's come out, and this machine is putting in some work. The machine is definitely the biggest half-pipe guard. So if they want to make a push through half-pipe, they really got to figure out how to take out this machine.
Absolutely.
Look at this pressure. Oh my goodness. Sam is popping off here. Wow.
And you managed to get the Ray in back on. That's crazy.
Now we see Ben painting up and making sure no one touches the Rainmaker, but the Rainmaker did go a little bit ahead of him, allowing them to get picked off. But they're still adding pressure. Look at it. They're still going. Getting pick after pick. They haven't left, even though they're 2 down. They're stalling the pop. They keep painting, but now I think they know that they're going to get outnumbered here, and the NZAP does opt to fall back, which is a good decision on their part.
Based off the way Fluency's playing, depending on how quick they're able to recuperate from this wipe, they could be like just playing to take this one home, you know? They've been playing very, very good this game so far.
I see the C-Jet here painting up, possibly working to get another Ray as they're already like halfway there. Looks like there's a bunch of shots coming out in mid. The pick goes down there.
Lucy does lose their final shot here.
Ray's been made. Bucket here, adding some threat to the Jet. Does get picked out. Not now moving in. Comboing with the Ray. They want to stop this Rainmaker from going any further. They're not here picking out that flanker, making sure that they don't come any closer, which they did succeed in doing. And now painting up.
The K Machine getting a turn on the Gluga there.
You see the K shot here now moving a little forward. Do see shots coming out. I think they're opting to go with their teammate through half pipe here.
Let's see that there's going to be a
for a flank. Two-person flank. This could be big. There's this way's being called. Going to pick out this Ray, but they get the pick on the Ray. The Nautilus still able to follow up and guard that. If that would have been a huge play if they managed to get the double, but the Not. Good job protecting that Ray.
Even if they didn't manage to get the Ray, that was a very strong play to divert the Stingray to prevent it from actually counter pushing. So very well done.
Fluency is still proving a lot of dominance here. Like there are 2 members there up at the goal. Oh, the Rainmaker just quitting up, getting more points. Oh wow. 30 seconds left in this game. Squid Row's got a Ray ready, they've got an Inkjet ready. And this could be their last draw.
This one has to count for them. So we do see a half pipe, or a potential half pipe playing. So it's going to be very curious to see if they're actually going to keep tabs on it.
They did actually keep tabs on it and pick it off, and that was that bucket. Look at this. 3 down on the side of Fluency. Squid Row might get the lead here. There's only 1 member in between. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. There we go. There we go. Oh, with the way Fluency was doing their movements and their shots, I was actually thinking they were going to pick the Rainmaker there, but Squid Row is one whole unit coming in, just taking that advantage and protecting the Rainmaker at all costs to get that winning push.
Yeah, very strong Inkjet at the end, as well as the Rainmaker carrier being very, very patient, despite it being a very tense situation of being overtime. So that was very well done by Squid Row.
most of that game, we saw a lot of dominant pressure coming in from Fluency. The machine going in, throwing their fizzies, and getting a lot of picks, just clearing the way. I think at the end there, Fluency pushed up a little too far and went in a little too soon. So Squidrow was able to keep tabs on where each person was and pick them off, because we saw them pick off the machine, which tried to do that half-pipe flank. And in the end, they comboed their specials and came in as a unit, as they only had to fight 2 people to get the Rainmaker for that winning push.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we move on to the game 5. Wow!
Finally.
Game 5. We're going back to Piranha Pit Clam Blitz. Whew, this is gonna be a game 5. I can just feel it. This is going to be like when I say that, I mean it's going to be a good game 5, a close one.
For sure. But it seems like they are about to get ready here in a moment, so.
Both teams are ready. It's on. This is the hype game. Game 5 between Squidrow and Fluency. Who's gonna take the set?
Alright, pretty similar comps. We do see the Gluga Deca this time around.
I imagine some more baller pushes are going to be coming in off of that. And we see the Gluga's already moving in, applying wall and applying pressure, but Fluency quickly coming out and trying to stop that, but one of their members did go down. Ray coming out. Wow. Fluency is now 3 down. Squidrow just went in and are about to get their first push off here. That was a very quick clan build and go. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Good job to Squidrow.
Yep, definitely moving with a purpose. They do manage to get it down to 71, which is pretty solid for an opening push.
Fluency was able to stop them, yep.
Yeah, as we can see, Fluency trying to regain control here.
Hammer did come out. Nice picks by the Nautilus.
3 down. Wow.
That is another 3 down situation. Squidrow coming from all the angles they need to be to catch Fluency off guard here and winning their picks. They're winning their fights and getting picks.
And they're still tossing in clams here. This is going to be very, very close to KO, but it seems like they were able to stabilize here. Or maybe not, but there are not any more clams here, so. There's
no clams. One member, the last member of Squidrow does opt to jump out, which is a great decision, and now they're about to corner this machine. How the machine got the pick! Wow! Wow, I thought that was a tight corner, and I thought the Gluga's dodge were going to be able to get them out of that, but I think the dodge roll put them in the corner. Squeeze on specials.
Unfortunately, they didn't have any ink behind it to back up enough.
It's true. Fluency now in here with the clams that they had. They did just get 2 picked there. Now they're 3 down. Oh, they didn't have time to get that second clam in.
Yeah, definitely weren't able to perform up to par, but it was still a pretty sizable push for it being their only one so far.
We see Fluency together now, bracing themselves for an incoming push as the Ray comes down, but the Ray does manage to pick off that Splatling.
Yeah, unfortunately, the clam toss wasn't enough. The Ray was very adamant on getting that kill there.
And the Nautilus did have inkjet, but they got splatted, so they can't use that inkjet now.
It does seem like there is going to be another push coming in.
And Fluency now grouping together, 3 down on the side of Squidrow, as they now get a clam in and are making their push. Ben here definitely painting a great path for Fluency to come in, holding what they can, but it looks like they're the only one alive in the corner now. Just sharking there, but I think they spot out now. Can he get out? I think he got out? He had to have gotten out.
Must have, yeah.
Oh, this is such a tight game. And there's now a minute 30 left.
And we got 3 specials on the side of Squid Row as well.
3 specials on the side of Squid Row. This could be really big. Again, we've seen Squid Row do a huge last final push twice in this set. Can Fluency be ready to stop it? But they're 2 down. The baller is in. It pops before close to the basket, but the wall coming in big help there as the Glooga is able to dodge in and pick off those members of Fluency.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get a lead here. They're very, very close. If they manage to get a push, they would just a good old like handful of plans to make a lead here.
They had the push, but they didn't have the follow-up for the clams. It was a really good attempt. There's still 43 seconds left, or... Sorry, 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left, and looks like 1 going down on the side of Squid Row. XRay comes out. Looks like that there's a... Oh, there is no more inkjet handy. Fluency coming in. Breaking that barrier. Now they just have to hold control or just knock it out. Knock it out. That is game for Fluency.
Very well done from both teams. That was a very, very tight set throughout.
Very tight set. I believe Fluency there showing a lot more pressure there, and Squid Row had quite the hard time to deal with it. But we saw that Squid Row ended up catching up on it towards later half of the game and used their specials and came in as one to get those final pushes that they did in the 2 games that they did win in this set. But GG's to both teams. I'm really glad we got to witness this set overall.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And with that said, I'd like to move on and talk about another tournament. I'd like to promote Minnow Cup. Minnow Cup is a new tournament for teams Div 4 and below that focuses on improving teamwork skills on the 4 ranked modes. Each month's maps are played exclusively on 1 mode. So you go in and you play 1 mode for the entire tournament. And then it just changes every month. So Minnow Cup is having its 2nd event on January 2nd in 2021. And the mode will be Clam Blitz this time. And the registration will be open on December 1st. So keep an eye out on that, guys. But that is also the end of our commentary run. XRay?
Yep, it was very fun to cast. Yeah.
Where can people find you?
I have a Twitter handle, and it's just go to at Twitter or Twitter at XRay_M2H3, and that's basically all I have as in platforms for now. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. And for me, I'm also on Twitch and Twitter mainly. Twitter is on the screen, DevvyWBG. Twitch has Devvy_WBG, and that's where you can find me. But it was awesome to commentate for you guys. It's always glad to come and do commentary for these types of events, and always looking forward to the next one. And until then, we'll take a break until the next match.
Pre-melee, everyone, and welcome back to Winners Final here at Low Inc. November 2020, alongside the one, the only, the Mr. Popgun. I am Mazer Stu, the announcer. Thank you for joining us here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. As we get into Winners Final here, it's interesting stuff. We're seeing the 14th ranked team, Fluency, dropping in a sub right before they go up against the number 1 seed, the team that has only dropped 1 game throughout this whole alpha bracket. That is Valhalla.
Yeah, absolutely, Stu. If we just saw Fluency in the set before, in between now and then, one of their players is gone rogue or something. I don't know, but they had to go and get a sub from our approved sub list. So they're going in here, taking on this monster team in Valhalla with a completely different roster than what we've seen up to this point. So a lot of question marks as we head into this game 1 of Tower Control at Art Academy. No idea what to expect out of them. The subs bring in a charger, and Valhalla, no surprise there, as if you're familiar with the former Revitalized squad here, bringing out Double Roller.
Yeah, you were talking about the Double Roller comps. Valhalla going to be bringing the heat, especially with that K Dynamo turd going to be wheeling in that thing as they try to establish that line going forward immediately. You definitely want to make sure that you get control of these elevated grounds wherever you possibly can, especially the easily accessible one gets you 50 free points if you gain control of that. As they pass the first checkpoint, Ray going to come out on the tower, going to try to control at least a horizontal plane of movement, but nothing doing. 3-3 on the map right now as the Splat Bomb is going to be deployed, as midfield could well be taken over with a sea of yellow soon enough, but not before. 40 points on the board for Valhalla.
Yeah, a very nice defense there by Fluency, because that could have been way worse just because Valhalla was in great position. You saw somebody coming up the flank on the left side, people in the plat, as we see is Fluency, no longer Fluency is trying to do right now, but all their players getting shut down immediately as Benetech is forced to jump out there. So they don't clear that checkpoint. Valhalla will be able to get control of mid here, build up some specials, and try to get another push going themselves.
I mean, normally I would say points are points, right? You can't really complain, but I mean, not when it comes to these checkpoints. You really do need to make sure that you're clearing these things, or at least moving in a rather efficient manner, and all that seems like it's not just effort wasted, but also time. You are wasting valuable seconds, and now, as you are wiped there, you're going to have this tower pushed further up on you. The pressure is just going to mount from here, Popgun.
Yes, as we see them starting to push up to the plat. Once again, Benetech going down. The Neo Splash, the last player left alive to kind of hold on to this checkpoint. It is somehow doing a decent job, but ultimately goes down. The sub goes down as well. The second they pop out of spawn. Nobody was on tower for a hot minute there. So they should be able to clear this checkpoint, which is huge as a very difficult checkpoint to get across.
Wow.
This turd brings 2 people down with them as they die. Oh, the sub coming in and winning a 1v1 against the other charger. So Tau here coming off extremely cold, at least holding their own in the beginning here, even though they've already given up 2 checkpoints. Valhalla approaching the 3rd.
Yeah, and they were, even after that push seemed to be over, they still seem to get 3 or 4 ticks off of their counter. So it is now 70-21 on the board, as that charger from Valhalla looking to get themselves involved yet again, as they have targets in their scopes. And really the only time that we seemed to see Fluency's charger get involved was when they were on that plat. Nice shot onto Authentic there. Again, from on the part of Valhalla, the only time that we saw Fluency's charger get involved seemed to be when their backs were fully up against the wall. Other than that, it seemed to be a non-factor. Good job by Valhalla taking them out of it.
Yeah, another huge issue here is you look at the stats at the top of the screen. That Stingray coming out, that is the first Stingray being fired by Fluency up to this point. No bomb rushes, 2 armors, 2 inkjets, so Fluency having a lot of difficulty staying alive long enough to use specials, and that's really been a problem getting pushes going and stopping pushes, as they've had to do basically everything up to this point with just their main weapons.
Yeah, but I mean, Turd doing a good job with the roller, knowing that you generally don't walk around with that thing, but you do what you got to do when you got to cover ink, and yeah, that thing just hits like an absolute dumpster truck, as we just saw just a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, so we just now approach with a minute left to go. And 3 players going down. Fluency obviously in a bit of a difficult uphill battle here. Down 2 checkpoints. The map is completely blue. Obviously playing with a sub. They're trying to figure out how to get energy with as they get taken down by a splat bomb. And Valhalla, the question now becomes, are they just going to try to hold on to mid and not push the tower, or are they going to try to go for the KO? It looks like they're just going to hold on to mid. They do get the Booyah Bomb with the Dynamo, which can basically shut down any push that gets started, along with the Stingray. Yeah, this is going to be an extremely difficult win here for Fluency if they can find a way to get it.
After going down, Wug has been putting in some work on the roller. Their captain moving and sticking with that little bit more mobile roller. I mean, everything's more mobile in comparison to the Dynamo, to be fair. But yeah, 4-1 on the map, gets a triple on the tower, and that is going to do it. Valhalla takes game number 1. The tower is theirs, 70-21, the final score, and you can see just the coordinated push working out a little bit better, especially with how they controlled the higher ground and not a slosher in sight with which to do it.
Yeah, and we kind of saw there why Valhalla is currently 28-1 in this tournament right now across both days, and it's really comes down to not obviously their talent, but more importantly their experience. If you're familiar with these players like Wug and Turd, they come from Revitalize, which has made more top cut / alpha brackets than any team in low ink history. So this is even though it's a new team, just changing the uniforms, this is a highly veteran experienced squad from Valhalla. You saw them getting into the right position when making pushes. You saw them holding on to specials and using them right at the perfect time. And if you're Fluency, and again, you're coming in with a man down, somebody you literally just picked up off the street and said, "Hey, kid, you want to go play in grand finals or winners finals of low ink here?" Kind of a tough situation to be thrown into, but splat zones at Humpback Pump Track. We'll see if Fluency can do something here to turn this around.
Certainly not their first rodeo for Valhalla, but what does Fluency need to do to buck these Cowboys?
Well, on a map like this...
Yeah, no, that was bad even for me, but please, can tell us.
On a map like this, you could probably cheese it just by bringing more Booyah Bombs than the other team, honestly. But Valhalla, they're going to bring that Dynamo that's going to be really strong here. If you're in Fluency, or just Fluency, I'm going to call him Fluency for the rest of the stream. I'm going to screw that up. This might be a time to... This might be a time to experiment. Maybe if you got something in your back pocket that you want to bring out, this might be the time to do it. Especially if you're basically playing a pickup team right now that you've built here, but it looks like they're going to stick to the Firefin Charger. In fact, Firefin's coming out from both sides, as Turd is going to stick with that Dynamo with the Booyah Bomb. Those specials that they popped off are going to be huge here.
And really, that might be the difference, isn't it? I mean, it's so hard. I mean, being someone who mains splat lane, I kind of empathize with how hard it can be to be a backliner and having to exert control on a match. You can help, certainly, but oftentimes you can do everything right, and it's simply not enough. So that could very well be the difference, is just how well you coordinate with your team. And yeah, when you look at the backliners, one of them is part of the team, the other one literally just subbed in. That could well be it, as a matter of communication, not even a matter of skill, and that's unfortunate if you're Fluency.
Yeah, but a good sign for Fluency here is that Sam is able to bust out the Kensa machine. As you see them get a nice pick on the Charger right there. This machine weapon works out really well on this map with all the arches, and Sam has been proving to be very effective with that in the last match against Squid Row. So this one might just come down to, can Sam get the key picks needed every time Fluency has control of the map? And so far, as Valhalla takes back control of the zone, Fluency's been holding their own here.
in Fluency right now, sitting at 48 points. They have a bit of a penalty if they want to add on to that. Nevertheless, this is Ludic, I'm guessing is the name. I'm just going with the Slavic pronunciation there. So pardon me if that's incorrect, but nevertheless, Ludic hanging around on that shot, and they've been showing a tendency, let's say, to headhunt, and I don't think that they're going to be shying away from that anytime soon. They do add on a few more points to their comrades, and certainly willing to cut down into this penalty yet again, as they have 41. But again, Fluency right back in control. Looks like night and day. They're willing to stay central, stay mobile around the area, but they're not trying to do too much, and that's respectable.
Authentic for Fluency kind of popping off right now with the Kinsa splatter shot, I say, just as they die there. But was able to stay alive and get some very key picks there. As we see Sam taking down Ludic, the junior, on top of the elbow there. That might not be enough to save the zone. So lead will flip here to Valhalla. Oh, and Sam does go down as well, but Plug finding a way to get a trade there. But 2 players down for Fluency as we see Armor coming out here. Armor only going to benefit the other Charger on their team. And the Booyah Bomb coming out a little bit early. You would imagine that we need that Booyah Bomb to hold on to the zone a little bit longer here, as we see an absolute bar fight going on in mid that will ultimately go into the favor of Valhalla, and this might be a KO as 2 players go down.
Grab your bucket, Samuel. We're going brawling tonight. And now that's going to be the roller that gets the best of that one. It looks like it'll be another knockout blow. Not quite yet, as they get over the point at the very last second. They have a 60-point penalty to cut through if they want to secure the KO. However, the damage has been done. Valhalla holding their ground and have it all the way up to 99 points.
I think Fluency just sold their souls to keep control of the zone right there. That was a very weird hold, but a hold nonetheless. And now it just comes down to can they find a way to hold on to the zone and get the lead back? But so many points they got to chew through to get to that.
What they've been doing right now is just trying to keep control however they possibly can. We are experiencing some difficulties, but Popgun, please, I mean, tell it, Wug and Turd, what they've been able to pull off with the rollers, certainly something to be appreciated. Just their individual skill for one, but how they work within the collective. They're not the dudes that you see on solo queue that are just going for the flank every single time. They are focused, and everything that they do seems to have a purpose.
Yes, just to give some context, we have lost visual on our end, so all I can really see is the Twitch stream right now. So we're probably going to be way behind what you guys actually see. Okay, we get some feedback here. It's 20 seconds remaining. Looks like Fluency has control of the zone. A Booyah Bomb's going to come out here, and it will be enough to cap, so 2 players go down. If we lose contact here, I'm just going to assume Valhalla is going to find a way to hold on to this one. With about 5 seconds left to go here. Oh, 1 player does die in the middle of zone. Oh, actually, Fluency just capped it back, so we are going to overtime, and they don't have a crazy amount of penalty points to go through. It looks like just about 40 combined points at this point that they just got to hold zone on to.
Yeah, but at the same time, the win condition becomes exceptionally clear for Valhalla. Wrestle control away, and you win the match. And right now they have the numbers advantage. They do, in fact, get control. That suction bomb rush is going to help. And just like that, Valhalla go up by a score of 2-0. All the credit to Fluency. They refused to get knocked out of that one. Nevertheless, the damage, it shows on the scoreboard, 99-76.
Yeah, and the experience. Look how many Booyah Bombs they got off with the Dynamo. 8!
God!
8!
That's obscene. I'm sorry. That is absolutely absurd.
And Booyah Bombs on this map are honestly broken. They just throwing it alone is enough to stall the map. But you follow up a Booyah Bomb with the suction bomb rush. It's almost too much to overcome there. So yeah, basically when Valhalla got the lead and got it down to 1 remaining, there was no way they could have possibly lost that game unless they just unless they just completely missed all of their Booyah Bomb throws there. But now we head over to Rainmaker at main stage. If you're Tau, if you're the sub, this is probably a good map and mode for you. You've been using Stingray, Splat Charger up to this point outside of the last game at Splat Zones, but I don't know anything about Tau, but I would assume this would be a more comfortable situation for them to be in.
I mean, it's another comfortable situation for the opposite Charger as well, so something to be said about that. However, I just have to reiterate before we go into this next one. 8 freaking Booyah Bombs?
Yeah.
On a Dynamo? How does that what sorcery is Turd working with here?
Well, if you never die, you can just keep getting them back, so that might just be an issue of Fluency trying to find ways to kill Turd there on the Dynamos. We see him getting brung right back out, so more Booyah Bombs going to get shoved right down their throat. No Stingray coming out for Valhalla, instead electing to go with the heavy remix with Booyah Bomb as well.
Yeah, the double Booyah Bomb at the very least, and also, of course, that mobility on the other roller that Wug, their captain, has been providing. And imagine it's them or the junior that's going to be shot calling. It always helps when you have yourself an armor bot, as certainly this heavy Splatling remix is going to be shown right here. You definitely appreciate having a little bit of versatility, but yeah, double Booyah, you get to point out exactly where the target is. A little bit more of a nuanced concept when you're talking about when they're controlling the zone and letting the objective just sit there.
For sure. As we see, neither team has picked up the Rainmaker in the first minute here. It looks like they're just trying to get a good feel for each other. Valhalla, being the more experienced team, is looking for that perfect opportunity to pick it up instead of trying to just force their way forward there. Also a little bit nervous probably is that the Stingray is ready to go, and the Charger seems to be in a pretty comfortable position as we see the Dynamo getting taken out. Valhalla just now picking up Rainmaker, but I don't really see a path for them to get anything done as Fluency, their players are all over the place. They have control mid here, and this will be a huge push potentially for oh yeah, absolutely, considering that player is behind where the Rainmaker is going. I don't know what the Valhalla player was doing in the opposing player's street, but that allowed Fluency to get up to 43 remaining there.
The ultimate diversion. You gotta love it. That is some 4D chess. I'm not really sure our mortal minds can comprehend it, but what we can certainly ascertain is 57 points on the board for Fluency. If they want to make the comeback, it starts right now. Turd catching the flank onto Sam as they go down. So it's 4-3 on the map, as eventually the Rainmaker carrier is going to go down. Of course, it's going to be the remix, but Wug right now trying to control the space and get as many splats as they possibly can, and they will wait for the I think for the Splatling to try to pick it up, and indeed that is so, as this push forward has to start now. If you are Valhalla, try to establish yourself. We are more than halfway through. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful hit! And they lose them. Oh, they lost the Rainmaker right before the triple comes out. That's a full team wipe. Just give the ball to Messi, let him score. Same principle applies to Wug, as they are going to go for the knockout here. They do not get it, but 83 points on the board, and Valhalla look to close this one off.
Wug, the captain of this brand new team, showing up and showing out right there, getting a clutch quad that gives them a huge lead with about 1:45 left to go here. But 3 players do go for Valhalla. Tau picking it up. There is a chance here to get this lead right back, as we see Benetech pushing up the left side, trying to do the same thing that Wug just did, was push up and put the pressure on the enemy spawn, and they're so close to getting it, even though they go down. But the Dynamo, that is a wipe. The lead should go right back here, as we see the remix player picking it up and able to get a stop here, but the lead will shift back to Fluency. What a push right there.
I mean, you saw how high that line was. It required a lot of movement and a lot of technical aptitude, and Valhalla, at the very worst moment, they decided to blink. Fluency, to their credit, They did everything that they possibly could to maintain that line and maintain that pressure. But they're going to have 2 up on that snipe as they're going to be chased down. But, oh, that's a beautiful hit there by Authentic. The missiles are going to come out, try to provide some support. Scramble the jets as they are going to look to stay flying all the way up to Valhalla. 4-3 on the map. And this case and this K-Machine is doing everything they possibly can to keep Valhalla away from the objective.
Yeah, they're getting the splash just when they need them, but more importantly, they have the GG Stingray at the ready, the sub Tau just holding on to it, and also got a nice pick there with just their charger. So this is going to be a very difficult one for Valhalla to find a way to get, especially when Authentic is just having a party in your pit, taking down players left and right. Look how green the map is right now, and we see Tau jumping out. They got the Stingray ready. Valhalla might find a way to just grab it, but well, actually the Stingray's coming out just now. They're not even going to get close to it. Fluency staying alive in winner's bracket at least for a little bit longer as they hand Valhalla just their second loss throughout both days of this tournament.
Did you see those little green dots on the far right of the screen? That was the case. That was the K-Machine pushing all the way up until they just holding off 2v1. They were trying to do everything that they possibly could to make sure that they were not getting anywhere close to the objective. Obviously, the Ray sealing the deal. But, man, it doesn't matter what specials you have. It doesn't matter how good your comp is if you do not have the will to fight. And that K-Machine getting right up in their face. We saw just how good they were. But, man, they are not unwilling to just kind of tape up their knuckles and start swinging away.
And now we're heading over to Clam Blitz, not typically the most charger-friendly mode out there. And honestly, not a good mode if you're playing with a sub that you don't have a lot of coordination with yet. But Fluency, the key here is just going to be the 3 players they have, Benetech, Authentic, and Sam. These guys seem to be able to get kills when they need them. It's just going to come down to can they keep the aggression coming? Can they stay in the face of Valhalla and at the same time avoid being smacked in the head by a roller that's been working out so well for Wug and Turd up to this point? But if you're Fluency, you have to be aggressive here. In a mode like Clam Blitz, when you don't have coordination, you absolutely have to be aggressive here.
I mean, you're really given no choice, right? You're trying to push up, you're trying to engage 1v1, and then converging at a specific point. Then it becomes just a very, very concentrated turf war if you want to move around freely and gather up the clams that you need in order to keep yourself alive. But we're going to go to the reef. Let's start blitzing away, taking one look at the comps, and here we go. Yes, we got ourselves an armor bot, Bentetech. Going to be doing everything that they possibly can, and a few last-ditch efforts from Sam there certainly paying their dividends. That Ninja Squid is going to be certainly beneficial as well. Probably what made them so hard to hit in those close quarters, if I'm being honest.
Yes, and we also see the Nautilus Splatling coming out from the traditional Anko player here as Turd goes down. But yeah, 2 players go down for Influency, so there's going to be a situation to try to get control bridge. The big key to this map is, can you control that bridge right in the middle? As you see, Valhalla is attempting to do just that now that they have, well, they don't have a man advantage anymore as all 8 players are up and alive. Sam sharking that bridge with the soda and arcing weapon of the K-Machine. This is a really good spot for Sam to be. As you say, okay, now they're starting the aggression. Now they're going to try to get their move. Working with the Stingray. Doesn't look like they're going to get a pick initially as the Booyah Bomb comes out just as well. But I don't know if they realize Sam is on their back in there. Check that. Turd was well aware of it and get a nice pick.
Turd has eyes on the back of their head. Are you kidding me? We've seen some of the plays that they've been able to make, and you kind of have to have a decent sense of awareness if you are to play Dynamo. That is a weapon with a very, very high skill ceiling, and you can have all the technical skill in the world if you don't know where you are on the map. It doesn't really matter all that much. The splashdown is going to come out, but they will die right away. Will Sam 4-2 on the map as as Bentatech comes right back in, but Wug, at the moment, just trying to hold things off for their team as the line is pushed incredibly far forward in favor of Fluency.
Yeah, Fluency is throwing a lot of punches right now. The only problem is, like Muhammad Ali, Valhalla is just doing a great job of staying up against the ropes and absorbing every player that comes barreling down in their face. And now there's not enough plans for either team to get anything going here. And now Fluency, with dropping 2 players, Valhalla is going to have their first opportunity to throw a punch as they get control of the bridge. But they don't have enough clams yet to kind of get something going. But if they can find a way to get a pick or 2, then the clams will just kind of fall in their favor eventually, as we see 2 players trade authentic, sharking around, just looking for somebody to kill, finding a couple of clams along the way. But, it looks like we've just kind of reached this 3 minutes of neutral ground here. Both teams have tried a push or 2, but they keep getting shut down. Good defenses so far by both teams.
Yeah, and Valhalla kind of recognizing that even when they were trying to be on the attack, sometimes you got to look back to see who's behind you. Eventually, that barrier breakage is going to come in, and they might get a little bit more out of that. However, a wall of suction bombs is going to prevent at least Turd from getting any more. 2-2 on the map, and they do accumulate just a few more points. That's going to be 35 on the board. Make that 44 now. But as Fluency are trying to just get back on the winning track here, or stay on it, as it were. I mean, that's a tough one to swallow, especially when you got only a minute and a half left to go.
Yeah, that was a good push there by Valhalla. You want to get underneath 60 just to... as we do see a push try to go off there at the very big... at the front of the screen. Actually, there's a lot of chaos going on. It's hard to tell. Okay, they do score. Bentatech doesn't have enough clams to get lead, but does do a little bit of a damage there as Valhalla does turtle up. Okay, so it's going to come down to how many penalty points they have left. Again, I lose visual of what we're doing here. Okay, 14 remaining, 1 minute left to go.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to narrow the gap as much as they possibly could, and that's kind of where you want to be when you have a minute left. Yeah, we lost visual, but either way, what we're talking about right now is we see Sam again with that K machine, the last-ditch effort indeed, as they have 4 clams. They're going to try to keep things alive for their team and maintain the line. They're not giving up the ship just yet, Popgun.
No, they're not. I see a splashdown coming down here. It looks like Fluency is trying to get a push going. On my screen, it looks like they do have enough clams. It's just I have no idea if they're in position to actually score or not. I do see some specials coming out here. One player does go down. There was a throw at the basket, but the throw got missed. This is an awkward map to throw on. Sam does go in to try to pick it up, and it doesn't look like he grabs it. But there is a pop.
They don't have the numbers.
I think Val won this. Okay.
Yeah, Val definitely won this. That is a tough one to swallow if you are Fluency. They did not go down without a fight, but only the truest of warriors can ascend to Valhalla as they move on to grand finals.
Yes, a very nice win there for Valhalla. Fluency, even with the sub, obviously still a really strong team. I have no idea what Fluency's roster situation is, if that player is just gone, or if they're going to come back later, or if they're just going to be stuck with the sub for the remainder of losers bracket. But I do want to give a quick shout out to Tao. I don't know who they are. They are an approved sub. They are a legal sub that they got through our sub channel, but to come out of nowhere, like basically off of the street, and get thrown off against one of the toughest low-ink teams we have ever seen, and to hold your ground against them and take a game off of them, that's really impressive, honestly. Even though they ultimately didn't get the win. Hats off there to Tao for hanging in there.
Oh, not a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination. I do kind of wonder if perhaps the scope was the right play on some of those maps, but nevertheless, they were not keen to simply give up without a fight. So whatever the case was, Tao doing okay to step in. Being told in the chat that there was a sudden family emergency for their usual person, which I believe was Kelp, and
yeah,
that's unfortunate. But yeah, they're either way, they played quite well, and Tao doing a very good job to step in. So that's Valhalla still moving on by a score of 3-1, and definitely more than earning their place in grand finals this time around, only dropping 2 games this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is Valhalla. They're coming off a Ash Cup 6 tournament where they finished in second place, losing grand finals 3-4 to former low ink champion Luau. So they're proving that they're even though they're a new team, they're obviously a really strong team. And of course, we talked about all the experience that they have leading up to this low ink. I expected them to do good. I didn't expect them to be 30-2 at this point per game heading into grand finals. We've never seen that. So now it just becomes a question of, with Xylo, Blue Ringed Kraken, who we're going to be streaming next, and then the winner of that will play in Fluency. It's just, is anybody here that can challenge Valhalla and take more than one game off of them? That's been yet to be seen up to this point.
Well, Valhalla are sitting atop the mountain as we speak. We will determine their challengers soon enough as we continue on through losers bracket. Valhalla sitting in grands. They want more than that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Loser's Side here at Low Ink. welcome back to this edition of Low Ink, the November 2020 edition of such, in fact. Joined here by Mr. Popgun, and of course I am Stu, the announcer. We are going to continue on into Lose's Bracket, a full bouquet of talent, Popgun, as we are going to continue on with Xylo getting into action here.
And speaking of subs, Tiger is subbing for Xylo now. Xylo had their full roster earlier when they were on stream. It looks like they had another player that had to dip. So Tiger, a good friend of the Popgun family, actually. She is subbing in. I think she played for Team Negative on Saturday, and I don't think they qualified for this one. So this is quite the welcome to Alpha Bracket, Tiger. You're playing against one of the more better teams in blue-ringed Kraken. One of the few teams to actually take a game Alpha Valhalla up to this point.
I believe
earlier
the first
today.
one to do so.
Correct. And now we head into Splat Zones at Skipper Pavilion. With the sub, not really sure what to expect out of Xylo, and I've never seen Blue Ring Kraken, so let's get to know them, Stu.
Well, no better way to introduce yourself than by shooting them in the face with a splatter shot. So here we go on Zones with Skipper Pavilion. That's why I'm not allowed at family gatherings, by the way. So we're going to take a look at the compositions. And yeah, bad intentions in mind for Xylo, but also interesting stuff coming out on the side of Blue Ring Kraken. We're seeing a lot of up-close stuff complemented by that remix.
Yeah, we see a bouquet of good painting weapons coming out for Xylo there with the Tri-Slosher CBS. Tenatech can do some damage as well. Interesting enough, if you're going to have the name Kraken in your name, you might as well have something that looks like tentacles. So the Dark Tetras that just went down. And of course, it's not a low ink until we see a very highly skilled Tetra player make their way onto stream as we close in on Grand Finals. But this is Blue Ring Kraken here with the control of the zone and the lead and some specials to follow up.
The missiles are going to spell doom for someone, you would think, as they're going to at least scramble positions, trying to get someone off of that higher ground before they come down that little runway. As they're going to fight for control here, they're not going to wrest it away. Will Xylo, Blue Ring Kraken, domineering their space. They're like a shogun, controlling their territory as they get down below the 80, past the 80-point mark. Excuse me. Noodles has been very willing to get up close and personal with those Tetras, and as we count down, there might be contention from up above, and certainly the suction bombs, but they're not going to come out in time. Xylo caught just being a little bit too slow as Blue Ring Kraken holding their ground. And yeah, that is a convincing game number 1 victory.
Yes, and a very convincing performance there by yet another Tetra player in low ink as we see Noodles popping off with 6 KA, somehow finding a way to land a splashdown as well. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3 set. So it's now or never for Xylo as we head into Snapper Canal Rainmaker. For these two teams, Blue Ring Kraken, that is their 7th straight win. They've beaten Oblivion, Poulice, Dumur, and Squid Row, all 2-0 results, and those are all really good teams that we've seen over the course of this tournament. So BRK looking really strong coming in here, and it shows in that first game against Xylo. As they are now up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Squid Row, I mean, were denied their chance at revenge on Fluency. Squid Row, we could very well have seen Squid Row and Valhalla in Winners Final just now, but it was just a difference between that one big knockout victory in Game 5 from Fluency on Clamblitz that wound up being the difference. And now as we continue on, Blue Ring Kraken, who have been just trouncing opponents. As you said, Squid Row and Oblivion. As we go to game number 2, they seem to not be willing to be stopped all so easily. It's going to take a special effort from Xylo if they are going to be halted here on here at the Reef. Excuse me, at Snapper Canal Rainmaker. For some reason I just got Reef and Rain mixed up in my head, but it'll be Blue Ring Kraken that needs to be mixed up if Xylo wants any chance of moving on.
Yeah, this is a bad matchup on paper just because this map is a Tetris playground, and we saw Noodles obviously had no issue dealing with Skipper Pavilion, so it's going to come down to can they shut down Noodles, which has and while keeping an eye on the other players as well, as we see Thornboy getting a nice pick there. But 2 players going down, including the Tetris, so there's a small window here for Xylo, as we see a rain getting thrown right now. Thornboy is shooting off to the right, and that looks like where Xylo is opting to take this Rainmaker. But Stingray is ready to come down, and it's not even going to be necessary as the missiles take down the Rainmaker, ultimately ending this push right here from Xylo. But they did have a window there. They're just going to have to find a way to get more picks going forward.
But that's the beauty of this map and mode, isn't it? Where you're talking about, okay, maybe you don't get as many points on the board, but you get to play a little defensively because you're pushing it out so wide and so out of the way for any potential counterattack that you're kind of doing okay for yourself. Yes, you can circle around and you need to be cautious of such, but at the same time, you're not exactly hurting.
Yes, it's a very cautious play, taking it to the left there, as we see Noodles just kind of preemptively guarding this area, trying to force them to go mid, it looks like. And a chicken gets a kill on action there. A very unfortunate, very rare death by the auto bomb, as Noodles now looking for even more blood does get shut down by Akumu. And another nice pick as well. So once again, another opportunity as the Rainmaker resets in mid here. It looks like a flank is trying to be done, pulled off here by Xylo. And they do pick up the Rainmaker, and it looks like they're opting once again to take that safer, slower route. Stingray coming out here. Will it be enough to stop the push? It will, but they do add to their lead, although a small lead that it is.
Yeah, I mean, anything on this big of a map is always going to seem like it's smaller in scale in comparison, but then you look at just how wide this area is, and then you start to realize, all right, maybe this is perhaps a pretty substantial lead. So 38 points on the board. I don't think they're going to complain about that, especially when it's good enough to take an advantage. However, they are pushing up super quickly through the optimal route, and just like that, 39 in favor of Blue Ring Kraken. Ironically enough, taking it to the Blue Ring side, they're gonna get the knockout blow. Look at that push all the way through the middle, just exerting their will upon Xylo.
Yep, and a nice back-to-back KO there by BRK. You know, I said I didn't know anything about them. I do now. It's yet another insane Tetris team in Low Ink. Something we are very used to seeing there. For Xylo, this is their first Low Ink appearance. They're what? They're going to be finishing in 4th place here. Not a bad result for them at all, especially since it looks like they had some roster issues needing a sub. Another shout out to my pal Tigray coming in once again off the bench to help out Xylo, even though it doesn't result in a win. But for Blue Ring Kraken, you're not afraid of Valhalla. You've beaten them before. And they're going to be taking on a Fluency team who we're going to get a look at as we see them already joining up the room. Is this going to be the same Fluency team we just saw, or is it going to be the normal roster that we saw against Squid Row? That's yet to be seen up to this point, but it's the same BRK team that we just saw, and they looked really sharp in that last set.
Oh, I mean, Sharp doesn't even come close to cutting it. You talk about razor's edge DPS frontline play. What we saw from Noodles, from Jerry, from Anima, all 3 of them combining for 18 splats in that period of time. And Xylo, to their credit, they seem to have the play in mind. Go maybe the less efficient route, kind of bleed out the clock, and make sure that you're controlling one part of the map. But Blue Ring Kraken comes through guns blazing, come through with the benefit of a little bit of ink armor, and obviously that Tetra play that we saw proving to be incredibly beneficial as they wound up getting the numbers advantage going up to the ramp and onto the objective into goal. That was as textbook as it gets, and it really just comes through. I mean, there's no quicker way in than through the front door. You can't expect to go through it without a little bit of resistance, and yet it didn't phase Blue Ring Kraken one bit, and that is what Fluency are going to have to go up against here.
Yes, and the question now, as we do see Tao coming back in for Fluency, so it looks like we're going to see this this same 4 players of Authentic, Benetech, Sam, and Tao going from here on out. The question is, I looked over Tao's sub application in between sets there. Tao can do more than just splatter scope. So the question is, are they going to be like, hey, we need a backliner, and you have backliner on your resume, you just stick to that? Or is it going to be more of a, in between the time that they lost the winter finals and they had that little bit of a break there, were they like, hey, what else can you do? What are you more comfortable with? What can we do around you to help make you successful and more comfortable? So it's going to be interesting to see as we now head over to Tower Control at Mako Mart, if they're going to stick to that charger or if they came up with something more creative that would make Tao a little bit more comfortable.
I mean, if you're talking about some of these more mobile compositions, I would think that the Nautilus would in fact be the play. That's kind of where that's going to be the de facto backliner, but you need to be able to move around and shoot on a moment's notice. I would think that Tao would probably have been practicing just a little bit on that, but either way, we are in losers final. We can only wait and see as we're going to ride the tower. Winner goes on, loser goes home. There's that familiar splatter scope from Tao. They're going to be matched up against the remix from Thorboy. And yeah, Thorboy is going to be matched up against Valhalla if they have their way, ironically enough. But Blue Ring Kraken and Fluency are going to fight it out in this game number 1 on this probably one of the more agreed to be balanced maps in the game.
Yes, for sure. And one of the more favored inkjet maps in the game, which is why we see in parries being come out instead of Tetris in parries like it's 2018 all of a sudden. Yeah. We see Noodles with the inkjet getting one pick there, looking to get a second on Benetech, and does just that. And that shows right off the bat, Inkjet, very good special in this map, and you see immediately why as the first checkpoint falls for Blue Ring Kraken, just coming right, picking up right where they left off from the last set.
Those end parries, good memories of the GG boys coming back. You know what I mean? You gotta love it. But the 48-point accumulation on the board, nothing to scoff at for Blue Ring Kraken as they start things out less than a minute in. Good to have that in, and good to establish yourself as being the ones that are as the mood setters. You're the ones that get to dictate what happens. You're the one that now control the pace of this thing. And if they want to push in and speed things up, the burden is on them. As far as that line is, it's still not going to be easy, especially when you have players like Noodles. However, it's going to be Sam making a fool of me, at least temporarily, as they get a shot in on Noodles. But oh, Tao! What a shot right at the foot of the tower by Tao! As the Stingray gets the Stingray
to boot. That's going to slow down the counter defense by Blue Ring Kraken. Is it going to be enough? We see or Jerry, I assume that is, coming around the right side. Oh, actually, in the Booyah Bomb, capping off the defense as well. So a couple of nice picks there by Tao ultimately don't result in anything significant for for Fluency, as we see BRK. Oh, I was about to say they were going to do a push, but 3 players immediately got swatted. And now Control switch is immediately back to Fluency as they try to paint up and get some specials here. Authentic trying to get some missiles to combine with the Stingray. A very nice special combination, a classic special combination. It does result in Noodles dying. I don't know if anyone else is going to go down to it. However, it will be enough to get them past that first checkpoint, which is huge. A huge push there. But ultimately not enough to get lead.
I mean, as fearsome as the name would imply, I can only imagine this is named after the Aeon from Final Fantasy. But either way, whatever the case may be, they are certainly a force to be reckoned with that K shot in their hand.
see, about 1:40 left to go here. Benetech pushing around the left side, trying to just hold on to some ground. They don't have a checkpoint in their way of lead, so really just got to hop on tower and ride it out. But they're going to need to get a few more picks here. A key pick is going to have to be on Noodle, who has just been lighting them up to this point, getting a trade there as well. So, Fluency just needs to find ways to win 1v0s without getting trades. Every time Blue Ring Kraken dies, it seems like they're dragging somebody else down with them, and that's stalling any attempt at a push that Fluency is trying to pull off here. Noodles with a key double, that's huge.
And some support missiles as well, however, turns their back to their opposition as they get the splat on Anima. Does Sam yet again. And this is going to be, again, you describe it, Popgun, a bar fight is not too far off from what this is starting to look like, especially up close as Jerry goes down. Sam gets a double, and they are going to fall eventually at the hands of Noodles, who's going to bag just a little bit, just a tiny bag, a tasteful one. And as we're looking at a 48-32 lead right now for Blue Ring Kraken, they're going to try to maintain this over the last 60 seconds, and that requires maintaining the line as Noodles gets a shot in with the inkjet, but goes down immediately at the hands of Sam. They are just trading blows.
Are we playing team deathmatch? Is there an objective here? Has any team even sniffed the tower in the past 2 minutes? Fluency is going to have to do that just now, as we only got 5 seconds left. They're not even close to the tower. Tao's the last one alive. Now they're making a move, but the Booyah Bomb's going to prevent it altogether. I think we just saw a fight break out. And then all of a sudden, both teams were like, "Oh yeah, there's a tower here too." But that was kind of fun to watch, honestly, even though it didn't result in anything on the actual scoreboard up top. A nice win there for BRK. And ultimately, what that came down to was they never got wiped once. Sam got that nice double right there, but as soon as they got that, immediately Noodles hopped on and punished Sam. And it was just that back and forth. Players trading bodies left and right, and ultimately nothing got accomplished there, which was exactly what Blue Ring Kraken was happy to have, considering they held on to the lead.
I mean, the only thing that might have prevented a fight was the fact that this is on the internet. Like, that felt a little personal at the end when they were just kind of rushing in and trading blows, and the movement that we saw from them, they were getting intense, and ultimately it was that lack of an eye on the objective that wound up being the undoing for Fluency as Blue Ring Kraken goes up 1-0 here. As we go to Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a distance matchup. I can't imagine we're going to be seeing the same sort of knockdown, drag-out war that we saw occur at Macomar.
Yeah, the objective is a lot easier this time around too. You just paint it, and then that's basically it. I mean, there's obviously a lot more that goes into that, but if you don't focus the objective or you don't touch it this time around, the game's going to be over pretty quickly, as that timer will not stop. But now Fluency is taking a little bit of time they're not ready enough just yet. We've seen them use basically the same comp this entire tournament since they've added Tau. I would imagine it's been Charger, K-Shot, Nzap, and K. So now I wonder if they're trying to reach into their bag of tricks now. Honestly, I don't feel like they need to, unless they just have something special for this mode. They seem to be hanging with BRK in that last set just fine with what they had, but we'll see what adjustments they make here, because it looks like they did make some sort of an adjustment.
I mean, that seems to be the proper call at the very least. So, as we're going to see the Hydra get broken out by Thor Boy, can't cut the head off of this thing. You're going to get two growing right back, and that seems to be the case for Blue Ring Kraken, as they're going to unleash themselves. Double run power up on the Hydra, as you might expect, but a quick cap there from Fluency. They just rushed right in. No nonsense. They are ready to get right into the zone. Oh, but they die almost immediately.
Double Nzap versus Tetris, getting shades of Luau versus Last Chance here. But yeah, Hydra, I personally love to see that. Obviously, range reigns supreme here in the Kinsa Rapid Blaster considered to be completely broken on this map as well. So good picks coming out by both teams. I like that Fluency is changing up things, but so far it hasn't been working. That Nautilus combined with those end zaps hasn't really produced a lot of kills or anything significant for them, as we see them trying to use Bomb Rush desperately to get back control of zone. The Bomb Rush goes off, but the player had to jump out. So that is basically a wipe, considering that Tao had to jump out there. So this is looking very scary for Fluency. Oh my goodness.
Are you serious? I mean, yeah, this is a rough way to go right now, especially if your color happens to be light blue. Tao trying to make their influence felt any way they possibly can. Betadek with a double. They have to recap in time, and it looks like they will. However, they're still fighting in the middle. Betadek going off, and Betadek willing his team back into this one. 97 points on the board, but what an effort by the NZAP.
They can't give up control of the zone. They need to get this KO right now, which is, and they get wiped, so that's going to be very difficult to do. You saw how hard it was for them just to break through that lockout, as we see Authentic trying to hold zone here. They did take down the Tetris. Armor's coming out here, but you just get the sense that Fluency, it takes so much effort just for them to get back into control of the zone here. The NZAPs are playing fine, but they're not getting the picks they need out of these other players to hold on to things. Now, this is their first opportunity, as we see Sam pushing up. Sam's going to get into a great position here. Can win this 1v1 against the Tetris. Does have the map advantage here a little bit, but gets suckered into Noodles' range, and Noodles just eats them up. Noodles now just trying to draw attention in a 2v1. Does lose that 2v1, and look right here, 2 players going down actually. Fluency still finding ways to hold on to this zone. What a great lockout they're pulling out right here.
Yeah, and they are just hanging on for dear life. Valhalla not even looking to break their zone, but their will. And we have 88 points. You are so very close, but you get wiped like that. That is going to help immensely into cutting down for the penalty. This could very well be last fight situation if Blue Ring Kraken play their cards right. They're going to try to push this line forward and keep them out. You do see a little bit of ink on the zone. I don't know if it's going to be enough to push it up, but now you're down numbers. You have to get back to the zone. You have to maintain it, but Thorboy is going to get caught lacking just a little bit. And just like that, Fluency are still in this one with 1.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they got a lot of penalty points to chew through, but there's still plenty of time to do just that. They're just going to have to find ways to keep the picks coming, and right now it's coming almost exclusively from the double NZAP. And we see the NZAP player coming in, the Tao going down, as well as Sam. There's nothing they can do right there. They just got in a 4v1 situation. So that lockout situation snuffed out. But there's still plenty of time for them to get back control of zone, try to create another lockout situation. But if you look at the Ks at the top of the screen, the NZAP player for Blue Ring Kraken is going absolutely insane right now. And here comes a splashdown that's going to take out 2 players by Noodles. Oh my gosh, just the second splashdown landed in this entire game. That was almost criminal what they did right there.
I mean, hey, if you get caught bunching up, you get what you get, and Valhalla are going to get a 2-0 advantage in this set via a knockout victory. That is a tough way to go out if you are not Valhalla. Oh my gosh, they're waiting in the wings, but Blue Ring Kraken, my gosh. You know what? I get called back to that game, Noodles with 19K, my goodness. I get called back to that winners final and how efficiently Valhalla were handling Fluency, and that's kind of what it reminded me of. It was unapologetic, it was methodical, and yet I sit here thinking about Blue Ring Kraken. They're just a little bit more aggressive, and I gotta think, Popgun, that might just be the key to taking down what looked to be untouchable up to this point.
Yeah, and you know, the Tetris play, it's very hard for you not to be an aggressive team when you have somebody playing Tetris, a weapon that most players literally run nothing but quick respawn and stealth jump. Their goal is just to die as many times as possible and take as many fights as possible. But when you're Noodles and you're getting 19 KA, that shows you're winning the vast majority of your fights. That is a winning formula if you're a Tetris team. So Fluency now is okay. You're going to Rainmaker. This is the one game you took off of Valhalla. This is obviously, with your sub, this is obviously your strongest mode up to this point. But can you keep handling this aggression? What are they going to do to counter that Tetris? What are they going to do to help keep map control and to help focus the objective when they have those small windows to get pushes off? This map, it can be kind of difficult to get a lot of points. The safe way to go is to the right, which takes a long time. The quicker way is to the left, which includes an awkward hop. So we might not see a fast KO coming out here, which is good for Fluency because you want this game to go the distance. You feel like you have to win a 5-minute fight if you want to beat these guys.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be problematic at the very least, especially as we go to Rainmaker for Sturgeon Shipyard. We know how willing Blue Ring Kraken is to just kind of run in and get the dub. Maybe it'll be a little tougher on Sturgeon Shipyard. You don't have as big a map to work with, but there is definitely a more direct path to victory, and you already kind of know what happens when you try to go for these 1v1s, so you're going to need to be smart about allocating your fights and distributing exactly who controls what in terms of map area. So if Fluency is going to do this, they will have to do it to the tune of a reverse sweep. As we take a look at the compositions, nothing surprising from either side, it seems like, and I kind of like that from Fluency. They're sticking with what they know and with, frankly, what has worked up to this point.
Yeah, and for Fluency, this comp is obviously it works out on pretty much every single map, but the K-Shot works out really well here, especially in mid, taking advantage of these slopes that lead up to the Rainmaker there. As Sam into the enemy base, actually no, that's their own. No, that is the enemy base that Sam's in there. Loses a 2v1 situation. So you see right away, Fluency is thinking aggression. They are thinking, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down trying to kill as many people as we possibly can. But, this could be a scary push here. As a lot of players have gone down for Fluency. Kraken, Blue Ring Kraken's going to have a Stingray ready to come out right here. The splashdown's going to land, but it doesn't really do anything as Jerry slips around a bunch of players. That is a huge lead on this map, but here comes a splashdown out of nowhere, but immediately gets denied. Oh, okay, so, but still, that is a huge lead to have on this map. Not a good start for Fluency, but there's still plenty of time to turn it around.
Right through the choke, and the only one guarding it is that charger where you can just kind of bob and weave. And yeah, if you're looking down the scope, it might be a little tougher than you think to try to keep track of that, even with the slowed down movement of the Rainmaker. So nothing could be done about that. Simply Fluency was caught out of position, it seemed like, as the blobs are going to start the blobs in the I mean, what is it that you're going to see from this slosher that Sam is bringing? Because I don't really know what they can do in order to keep this up, aside from just get as many Ks as they possibly can. As again, the blobs will think go flying.
That looks exactly what Sam is trying to do. Sam is just trying to find a way to get a couple of picks and create a window to where they have the man advantage. But as you can see, Sam's just having a lot of difficulty doing that, going in by yourself. And this Blue Ring Kraken team is doing a really good job. You can tell of calling out where that lone player is and bringing two players to fight and get the kills there. So even if we do see one player going down for BRK, they bring two Fluency players down with them as well. So I get the strategy. You're basically desperate. You're trying to create something, but BRK is just not giving them anything to work with.
Yeah, and Sam's overextending just a little bit. Bentatech is going to get a splat onto Noodles, and so those Tetras are going to be decommissioned for just a little bit. But I mean, they're going to finally pop their armor and try to get a push in. They need to make this count as much as possible. With the benefit of the rain, but the missiles went unaccounted for. And Jerry, my goodness, that is exactly where you wanted to place them. However, you're going to get another pop. You don't have armor to go with you, however. The ray is going to stall you out, and you have to go to the lower ground. You're sticking and moving. Tao refusing to quit on it, but You just ran out of options at the very end. They're going to get this pop yet again, but right now this is you got to give it to Fluency. They are not quitting on this by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, it's Rainmaker. Honestly, you just have to play better than the other team for 10 seconds to get the win. As we saw the last time Fluency played Valhalla. They had a window there. What sucks about this map is that bridge, this area you're going to the left there, it really is that bridge going to be down for them to get lead? It was down for BRK, and now they're opting to go through mid, which is the safer route, but it's going to be difficult to get lead. Oh, actually, if they can find a way to get up there, and they do, but it gets immediately snuffed out. The charge of the last player left alive, and it looks like they jumped out. So 50 seconds left here. How's BRK going to play this? Are they just going to let the Rainmakers sit there? They're going to try to let it reset? It looks like they're just going to go and hunt down every purple player that moves and send them back to their spawn. First class ticket back to their spawn right there. As 30 seconds left. Sam's going to have to make a hero play, honestly, if they want to keep their hopes alive.
I mean, Fluency right now, they're just, I don't even know how else to put it other than they were feeding into mid. Way past the line. They're trying to make these plays happen. They're super jumping in, and I understand it is desperate times. You need to make a play as soon as possible, but it needs to be one. You don't have time for 3 smaller plays. You need to make one big one. Now you need to grab this objective, make sure that you are pushing up together, and they do have numbers. Sam cannot afford to push forward the missiles yet again, as, I mean, this is Blue Ring Kraken that are going to move on into Grand Finals, and Fluency simply could not make it happen in time.
Yeah, BRK was basically throughout that whole set was able to do what they wanted to do. It seemed like they controlled everything that happened in that set. It almost seemed like they were forcing Fluency to do what they wanted them to do, which was feed them in. They come into us, fight us on our ground, and it just, I mean, BRK obviously just the more experienced team from what we saw in that set there. Again, to Fluency's credit, they were playing with somebody they literally just picked up about 30 minutes ago, who probably wasn't expecting to play at this high of a level in alpha bracket when they woke up this morning.
They did not do poorly.
Oh, absolutely not. Credit to Tao once again for what they did here with Fluency. But for Fluency, you just got to think, okay, we finished third in this tournament, and we did it with basically a mash unit. They should be proud of themselves. If they were to play this tournament again next month with their actual roster, they would be a contender to win it for sure. But for BRK, they're going to get a much needed rematch against Valhalla, being one of the only teams to take a game off of them this entire tournament as we now go to Grand Finals. With a BRK team, once again, what are they? 2, 4, 6, 8. 11 straight wins for BRK heading in the Grand Finals. Hold on, we've seen a lot of bracket resets in low ink, and it always comes from a team that is blazingly hot coming from losers bracket. That might just be BRK as we go forward.
We'll have to see if they can carry forth that momentum all the way up to Valhalla. That is going to be your Grand Finals. Blue Ring Kraken in Valhalla. Don't go away. We'll be right back here at Low Ink. welcome back to this edition of Low Ink November 2020 alongside Popgun. I am Mazer Stu, the announcer, and we're glad that you're joining us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Low Ink is, of course, brought to you by the mad scientists over at Inkling Performance Labs, but that's not the only thing that we have going on here at IPL, because we host a bevy of tournaments, obviously, and certainly when we have such big things going on, you got to add more to the pile. Folks, Inkling Performance Labs is proud to present to you all the following. I'm muting.
Hello everyone, my name is JPEG and I'm one of the heads behind the High Ink project. I am so unbelievably excited to finally be showing this to you guys. I hope you're just as excited as me and the other High Ink staff members. We've been really hard at work behind the scenes to bring Low Ink fans an awesome event to watch previous Low Ink winners face off. We have young and old, disbanded and current, and all sorts of teams lined up, but there's one thing in common between all of them, and that is that they've all won a Low Ink in the past. We hope you're right here on the IPL Twitch December 12th to watch the action unfold. That's all from me. Let's continue on with Low Ink as we go into grand finals. But one more thing. The winners of this Low Ink will be invited to play in High Ink. Just something to raise the stakes a little. Stu and Popgun, take it away.
What an announcement to kick off Grand Finals, Popgun. Not only do we have Blue Ring Kraken and Valhalla ready to go at each other's throats like we know that they have been aching for this entire tournament, but now another thing is on the line to up the ante. The winner of this one goes on to High Ink on December 12th.
Yes, and as one of the teams that is going to be playing in that High Ink representing Destiny troops, I'm after seeing both of these teams play up to this point, I'm kind of hoping they can find a way to where they can both knock each other out and neither one of them win, because these teams look really good. But now we're our first match in this best of 7 bracket potential reset is Splat Zones at Humpback Stew. The record Booyah Bomb out of Turd with the Dynamo is 8. Can they surpass that in this match here? As we see what is likely to be more Tetra play coming out from Noodles of BRK.
If you want to win Low Ink, you have to go even further beyond. Welcome to Grand Finals! Here at Low Ink 2020 November, Turd with the Dynamo right on the point to begin things here at Humpback Pump Track on Splat Zones. And yeah, that's what you want. Hiding behind the barrier is that gigantic Mjolnir hammer worth of a Dynamo.
Yes, and there's the first Booyah Bomb, potentially of many, coming out from Turd of Valhalla, as they do have control of the zone. One player down for BRK. Wug trying to look for an advantage to arch their shots in ledge camp. Instead gets sniffed out by, I'm assuming that's Jerry. Is Jerry actually using the PG arrow spray? A meme weapon anywhere but here. Obviously, they understand he who has the most Booyah Bombs wins this game.
Yeah. No, you were talking about whether or not we've seen more Booyah Bombs. Well, we might just have your answer. Their job is going to be to turf around the area, throw the Booyah Bombs. That's basically your main offensive gambit. Chicken is going to be a bit of an annoyance, but ultimately harmless, as again Valhalla and Ludic going to have to counteract that Arrow Spray however they can. Did you think that you'd be seeing Arrow Spray in Grand Finals of Low Ink?
On this map and mode, it's totally viable. But a very interesting thing there, they fired off both Booyah Bombs from the remix and the Arrow Spray. That alone wasn't enough to cap zone, so Valhalla is showing they can handle this double Booyah Bomb comp that BRK is busting out here. But they are in a, as we see Ludic kind of feeding into Anima right there. Very nice kill on the K-shot. This should be enough to get lead, even though the Booyah Bomb is coming in. Oh, actually, can they paint around it? They can. And that is going to give lead to Valhalla right there. Actually, no, that is lead to BRK. Excuse me.
So good, Blue Ring Kraken. I mean, I literally just called them Valhalla last game. You can't feel too bad about that. But Noodles is going to try to charge in. We're leading their team in KA for quite some time. They're going to have to fight off against this Ink Armor. Going to chase him down and eventually secure that kill. 87 points on the board before the recap. And Valhalla right now are going to try to maintain and add on to the 49-point total that they have accrued thus far.
Yes, but again, double Booyah Bomb. Basically, all they have to do at this point, if you're BRK, is build up Booyahs and throw it at the zone. As they do, they have both Booyah Bombs ready right now. They're both coming out at the same time, and that alone isn't enough to cap zone. They survived that. What? Valhalla doing an excellent job of dealing with this comp up to this point. And now, if the zone ultimately does get flipped, but I might rescind my previous statement. There might be more than just specials that they're going to have to find ways to get more than just Booyah Bombs out of that Arrow Spray if they want to hold on to this lead here. Valhalla being very aggressive and countering every special being thrown at them.
As the charges online, tap shots going to come in, not enough to take down Thorboy, as it is 4-3 on the map. Thorboy going to try to maintain their position with that splat lane. That's exactly where you want to be. The burden will be on the opposition, on Valhalla, to try to push them off of it, as Thorboy sitting on the point, going to contest on the opposition. It looks like that's the Dynamo over there on the roller, as obviously it's going to be the smaller of the rollers trying to roll in, with the Dynamo just kind of trying to deal damage from further back. But I mean, it's still going to be a tough proposition because of how well coordinated Blue Ring Kraken seems to be, though they do get 3 down.
Yes, and obviously the counter is Turd, already matching their total of 8 Booyah Bombs from the last time we saw this game. But 2 players going down, both rollers going down for Valhalla. That is going to give control to BRK. And it just comes down to, are they going to be able to use their specials to hold on to control for this last 40 seconds? We see Ben Anima trying to take down Wug, who is sharking around the left side there. Now coming back to zone, try to help paint out here. Booyah Bomb's coming out. A splashdown can do a lot to help hold on to the zone as well. Even though there are a lot of specials online for Valhalla, it's now or never, as they throw everything and the kitchen sink at the zone. It is enough to cap. But once again, do they have the wherewithal to hold on to it the next 10 seconds? That last Booyah Bomb from BRK coming out a little bit early instead of being coordinated. And honestly, that might be the difference here. The PG Arrow Spray does have one more Booyah Bomb coming in, but you see Valhalla instantly painting over the zone. But it's enough! Did they land a splashdown as well? How did they cap the zone? It looked like Valhalla was going to get that. And I'm looking back, it was. They did land a splashdown as well. Yeah. So there you go. Nice special coordination from BRK, and that gives them their first win. Just their second win in this whole tournament against Valhalla, coming in and a very impressive result there.
I mean, we kind of knew that could have been their Achilles heel. They have proven that they can do it. Now, granted, they have to do this in the form of a best of 7. That is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. But Blue Ring Kraken have shown that they can take swipes at the very best, and if they want the reset, they're going to have to do that 3 more times.
And, we pointed out, I've been keeping track of Valhalla's per record game. They're now 30-3 in this entire tournament. But more importantly is what have you been doing recently? BRK is on their 12th straight win. And they're now heading into a game 2, taking down Valhalla in the very first game of this best of 7 winner's side of this bracket. So a very nice win there from BRK. Now we're heading to a slower mode, like tower control. Last time, Stu, you and me saw this in low ink. We were lucky just to see one team get across the first checkpoint. So it's going to come down to that very first checkpoint once again here. But another thing for BRK, Noodles on Tetris was able to easily find their way into the Valhalla base, and it's going to come down to, can Valhalla keep their charger protected from Noodles, who it seems like they can do anything that they feel like doing up to this point.
Yeah, and as we are going to kill on to tower control Wahoo World, taking a look at these compositions, it's about the same, except the switch off onto the... Oh, never mind. For some reason, I thought I just hallucinated end parries yet again, but no, that's... I don't think this is going to be the sort of most inkjet-friendly map in the world, though it's not necessarily terrible. Ludic going to find themselves up on a higher plane of existence for just a little bit, right on top of Valhalla, and trying to push in and establish this thing. Ludic right now is may very well be one of the unsung heroes that we just don't talk about all that much because of Valhalla's individual brilliance, but I mean, they have to go hand in hand with Noodles here if they want to come out on top and have this not go to a reset.
Yeah, I always say support players make slayers make the headlines because they get all the kills. Support players actually have to win the game by focusing the objective and keeping faith on the ground. But interestingly enough, I think this is the first time we've seen BRK go anchorless. Instead, they're going with the mini splatling, kind of focusing more of a paint-heavy comp combined with the NZAP. That'll help out the K-Pro and Tetris a lot as we see the Charger player using Stingray here, trying to slow down this push. They realize how valuable holding on to that first checkpoint is, and it looks like they'll be able to do just that as Wug gets the tower started moving back towards the middle of the map.
Wug right now is going to try to do everything they can to get double KAs. That could almost assuredly push the tide into their favor. They have 18 points on the board. They're going to have to contest Thorboy here up close and personal. That is not where you want to be if you are a heavy splatling of any variety. Wug just a little too much to handle from the 2v1 as Ben is going to eventually get that splat, holds on to the Booyah Bomb, threatening, just standing there menacingly, but it's not just a threat, it's a promise as they pick up Turret on the kill.
Yeah, and 2 players are down, but once again, the Stingray is alive and does get a nice pick there. That is going to be huge, and they're going to pick off the player jumping in. That's the Charger player single-handedly shutting down that push before it even got started, and still holds on to that Stingray that they can use for offense here around. What a great play by the Charger, something we don't typically see in low ink. But you love to see it. You love to see Chargers who can actually hit their shots. What a nice play there as we see Valhalla starting to get their first push and lead. It's just going to be a question of can they clear this checkpoint or not.
Yeah, that could very well be the make or break factor, especially on something as big and open as this. Wug with the splashdown, gonna get that kill. Jerry gonna try to clear them off of the tower and off of the area. Eventually, the super jump will come back out. There's basically 2 people left on that side of the map as they do end that push, but not without accumulating 39 points, and that is enough for the lead at least for now. Is this holdable though?
Absolutely. I almost said absolutely. Yes, it is holdable. The main reason is that first checkpoint, once again, is wide in the open there. Just clearing that checkpoint for Valhalla is going to be enough for them to feel somewhat comfortable at this point, especially when they take down that K-Pro right there. It really, kind of the main issue here for BRK is that even though they have this more paint-heavy comp, and they have arguably a more aggressive comp it just hasn't really been working out for them. It seems like Valhalla's more defensive style comp, and especially this Charger getting so many key picks when they need to get the picks. It just seems like Valhalla's doing a good job of handling this aggression.
Blue Ring Kraken is hitting on all cylinders right now, and even though there's a lot of orange ink that they're going to have to account for, you see it filling up pretty quickly. That splashdown going to help as they have ticked it all the way back up to where they were prior and even further beyond, almost down to the 50-point mark, and indeed past that. Jerry kind of on the outside looking in here as, again, Wug. My goodness, man. Wug is just rolling through, and Valhalla right now look to mean business, as eventually that splashdown is going to be the Icarian flight towards the sun for Wug, but Thorboy sitting with a full charge. They got to make this comeback happen. They got to make it now. I don't know if this is entirely doable. If the missiles are eventually going to be deployed.
Oh, look at all 4 specials. How are you going to survive Stingray and Booyah Bomb if you're BK? There goes the Stingray. Booyah Bomb's going to come right after it. The tower player goes down. All 4 players near the tower. The ends up the last one alive. Yeah. No shot. I mean, Valhalla's comp was built for defense. They just had to get a lead and they could hold on to it, and they did exactly that. Once again, we're seeing the experience paying off here. Valhalla knows how to hold on to leads. But now, as for BK, you won that first game, and this is your first loss in 13 straight games. How are they going to respond to this, knowing they need to keep the wins coming if they want to force this bracket reset?
I mean, the only thing that you could do is you jump up onto the tower and you die, and then you lose, or you try to fight off the people around the tower, and then everybody dies, and then you lose. That was really kind of the only option at that point. It was just leaving it a little bit too late. Valhalla, again, good defensive stuff. They know how to shut things down, and that is what happens when you have a veteran presence. You can't really dispute the facts there, can you?
You can, but it doesn't matter. There's only so much you can do when you're staring down a Booyah Bomb and a Stingray in your face as you're trying to hold on to tower. But now we head over to Clan Blitz at main stage. The only player not readied up for BK, or BK, what are they, Burger King? BRK, is Thorboy, who I would assume is going to come off of Mini and instead switch to the Remix, which is a really good, Heavy being a really strong weapon to use on this map and mode in particular. And we're going to see if that kind of helps out deal with the comp that Valhalla has been throwing at them up to this point. But if you're at Valhalla and you got to be looking at what your Charger did that last game, who is now switching to Remix themselves, you got to be pretty proud of all the shots that they were landing there. But now they're going to Remix, and it's going to be a Remix versus Remix battle here on this Heavy favored map.
And honestly, it's strange because, yeah, you can afford to be a little bit more stationary on this map. You have the elevation with which to work, and obviously there's plenty of space for you to ink so that you can charge up those Booyah Bombs. But at the same time, Thorboy wasn't doing terribly on the Mini last game either.
No, but for this map in particular, if you're going to be a Heavy, you need to move. You need to work those grates on the left and the right side of the map. You don't want to just get too comfortable there. It's almost like you're using it as like a flanking Slayer weapon on this map in particular, but instead we see both anchors trying to stick to their traditional role of just kind of holding down the back line there, as both teams are just trying to get a feel for each other. Valhalla in particular looking to push up through mid as they now have control of the map.
I mean, you're just trying to hold the line, and that gets you just a little bit closer to the goal, and of course that means your opponent is just a little bit further. Valhalla certainly keeping that in mind. If you control the possession of the game, that means your opponent does not, and that's call it pragmatic, call it cynical even, call it what you will, but you can certainly call it effective Popgun, as Thorboy is going to get a kill with the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, 3 players going down here, and it's just a party in the BRK base at this point.
Oh my god.
Both those rollers are going to do, well, as we see Wug going for Clam, so Turd is going to be stuck there trying to ledge camp with the Dynamo, as Wug coming back in and keeps this push going a little bit longer. Look, they only got 21 remaining. Actually, they could get the KO right here if one player can just slip behind Noodles. Instead, Noodles is going to shark out Turd and force the last two players to retreat, but that is a damning push by Valhalla there in the first 2 minutes.
A push of the gods, if you will. 79 points to start things off and a sea of purple to follow up, but they really do need to maintain this advantage. They only have 18 power claims. That's not going to be enough. They did so well to temper out their expectations, and now they're just going to hold Booyah Bomb and try to chuck in as many claims as they can individually. Eventually, they're going to be held off. Just the threat of that Booyah Bomb doing enough there, but eventually they will go down. They actually get within striking distance of this lead, but I think that's going to be all she wrote for the push. As, yeah, you get 71 points on the board. It's not enough for it, but you are well within striking range, and that is more than a lot of other teams could ask for, quite frankly, Popgun.
That was a great push by BRK, and they didn't do it with specials. They just punched Valhalla right in the face and got a wipe there. They just have to do that one more time. They have to get as many picks as they possibly can just to open up the floodgates. And they have all the clamps they need right here. Missiles coming down, taking down Ludic on the in-zap. N2C, Ben, Anima trying to get another pick on the snipe out there. The Booyah Bomb's going to chase them away just for a little bit. But if you're BRK, you need to find a way to get it just a few more picks. You already have the clamps to put Valhalla away right here.
Again, just trying to throw out those point sensors, looking to call out their shots. Had the Booyah Bomb, tried to rush it there at the very least, so maybe not doing as much damage as it would have elsewise. The Remix going to try to get into the midfield yet again, going for this more traditional backline play. However, they're going to get rushed down, and immediately you saw that there was nowhere to run, and now the push comes right back in. Here comes the cavalry, Popgun. They have the power clams. They're not quite into the base yet, as a couple of them go down. The Tetras, in fact, are down, so that's one of the big weapons. And so is the N-Zap. Their bodies flying everywhere. Thorboy barely misses the throw, and they are eventually going to get that down, and they are one power clam away from taking this lead, but can they find it?
There's a lot of clams in mid, but Turd is soaking them all up in the pit, I should say, and Noodles comes barreling in, gets shut down immediately by Valhalla, but once again, if you're BRK, they need to get a power clam or else this won't go to overtime. But yeah, once they pop the basket, they got to throw, 2-3 clams? They got to throw in 3 clams. That'll be enough to get lead. But if you're Valhalla, you need to soak up as many clams as you can. Maybe get a pick or two. Just keep BRK back and away from this basket, as they did make a power clam. So this will go to overtime. It just comes down to who's going to win their 1v1s in the next 30 seconds here. Oh, actually, they found a way to slip in. Did they really? They did.
Oh, they got the barrier breakers too. That's so crucial. Now they're 2 clams, 3 clams away, but the team wipe. Noodles is the only one left. This looks to be just a little hopeless. And just like that, the defensive effort pays off. Coordination and domination at the very end, right by the board. 79-72 is the final score, and Valhalla holds strong on Starfish main stage.
You know, for these last 2 wins for Valhalla, we've only seen them make 1 push each game. They rode the tower once, that got them through the checkpoint they needed to. They only popped the basket once in this last game, but they're getting so much value out of the few pushes they actually get. And their comp works out so well for just turtling up and holding on to that lead for the remainder of the game. It makes you think, what can BRK do differently to put Valhalla on their heels early? Because if Valhalla, it seems like their comp isn't built for coming from behind, but more so getting the lead and holding on to it. So what is BRK going to do differently in a map and mode like Rainmaker? They need to come out strong in the first 15 to 30 seconds here and make a statement. They need to start playing from in front and force Valhalla in an uncomfortable position of having to come back from behind if they want to find a way to turn this set around.
Whatever the case is, they will have to do so at the deciding the decisive snapper canal on Rainmaker. We have seen just how proficient Blue Ring Kraken is on this map. We'll have to see how Valhalla's defense is able to counter this as we take a look at the compositions. Turd with 14 KAs in that last game. You can expect far more here, though I would imagine they're going to try to space themselves out just a little bit more with Blue Ring Kraken.
Yeah, and you see, once again, I was just about to say, this is once again, a map that will favor Noodles, but Noodles goes down along with the Heavy. So here, once again, Valhalla is going to have an opportunity to get that huge lead early that they need, and this is great if you're Valhalla. They just need to find, but it does get shut down. Did they try to go the safe way? They did. They took it to the left. It looked like they had a path to go through mid there and get more points, but it looks like Valhalla, even with their pushes, excuse me, beautiful, put me through everything, using that curling bomb as a guide and just going. 36 remaining. There's your huge lead for Valhalla. And actually, no, that's not the vanilla Dynamo. They do have double armor, but they do have the Stingray to work with. So once again, Valhalla with a huge lead, and they can just do what they've been doing up to this point and just hold on to these leads and get this win.
Wug, with that gold Dynamo, if you have the curling bombs, you might as well use them, and definitely using them to get at least 40 points on the board. And now with that accumulation all throughout, man, I mean, that is a solid 64-point lead that they've accrued as the opening gambit. And yeah, what is it that allows one to play defensively? Having a good offensive gambit, giving yourself that nice point cushion. Now you get to stall them out, bleed them dry, and break their will. And that is exactly what this gold Dynamo and certainly the cast around them will be looking to do.
Yeah, and BRK is playing a little discombobulated at this point. You see Noodles, when the map was extended there, Noodles off on their own, trying to hunt for that one kill that would bust this game wide open. Again, it's Rainmaker, and it's very easy to get the lead back if you just play better than the other team for like 5 seconds, as we do see the Dynamo go down there. But once again, Valhalla doing a very good job of never getting wiped. When one player goes down, they easily find a way to get another pick there. It's going to come down to, can they knock out Noodles right here? Noodles in a great position, actually. Gets the pick, forced the other player to jump out. If Noodles pops off right here, it could be enough for BRK to get lead. We see Turd trying to rain down over from a safe spot, just trying to put pressure. Does take down Noodles, and they're going to slide up. Are they going to get lead right here? No! Oh, yes, they are. Actually, they do. A 1-point lead. What a push there. And I don't think it's over yet. The one player left alive, and jumps are coming in. So Noodles right back into the action, causing even more of a ruckus back there. Valhalla does pick it up, and they're going to get the Rainmaker away. But here we go. This is the first time since game one Valhalla has been on their heels, and they're going to have to play from behind. This is a great situation for BRK.
I mean, that initial push just not enough, as it winds up. The score is 65 to 64 in favor of Blue Ring Kraken in green. Valhalla in blue try to keep up here, as Wug holding on to that Rainmaker has shown that they are so good at moving. That main strafing is coming through so well for them, as they're going to rely on their support in order to keep this alive. Blue Ring Kraken has shown an aptitude for offensive domination, but yeah, Noodles for the most part has been neutralized, but definitely did their part to draw attention away from the objective, drawing the 2v1 and allowing their the Rainmaker to just kind of waltz right up on Main Street.
And now the question is, how is BRK going to handle this situation? Again, this is one of the few times where they've actually had a lead against Valhalla. So are they going to keep up the aggression and keep Valhalla trying to play their defensive style, which they can't really do because they're losing? Or are they going to try to start turtling up? They do have a Stingray with the Vanilla Heavy that they can work with here, and it is online and ready to go. But we're just not really seeing... We're not really seeing much aggression out of either team. Look how low the KAs are across the entire board. That's not a good situation if you're Valhalla. You need to find a way to get some picks now. But they do have a Stingray ready to counter the Vanilla when it gets popped out here. But I don't know. I just don't think Valhalla's built to come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla definitely likes to maintain the lead rather than being in a position to have to try to get it. They have to let the Rainmaker reset. They're going to get pushed around up towards their line. The Ray is going to be effective. And now this is going to be the last push right here. They're going to go to the left yet again. I think they're going to go down early to the Ray, and that's going to be it. Blue ringed Kraken is going to take it, and we are tied up at 2. We have ourselves a set, Popgun.
If you're BRK, obviously you're happy that you won this game, but you gotta be more happy at the way that you won this game. You gave up a big lead early from a very nice play from Wug there, but you survived it and you found a way to get a lead back. And once again, so you don't have to play. You don't have to have the better opening than Valhalla. We've seen Valhalla has the better opening in every game up to this point, but BRK showed right there they can play out the entire 5 minutes and be just fine. The question is, can Valhalla respond once they lose the lead? At this point, from what we've seen up to this point, the answer has been no.
This is a tough one, man. When you're talking about how well Valhalla has been playing all throughout this tournament, only dropping two games overall, and now 3 of them have been to this very team. What is it that Blue Ring Kraken does so well that challenges Valhalla's domination so thoroughly?
Well, first off, let's kind of back up here. Valhalla has lost both of the Rainmaker games we saw on stream, and now we're heading to Splat Zones, which BRK did win earlier in the set, but it was mainly because they had the special cheese. Let's be honest here. They had more Booyah Bombs than the other team. You can't do that on this map and mode. On Splat Zones at the Reef, you got to play it straight up. So we'll see how BRK handles this one. But if you're Valhalla, your openings have been better up to this point. So you need to come out strong and get control of that zone, and then you can just coast from there, as they've shown they've been able to do up to this point.
Now, as we're going to keep things going right here, try to get the zones under the bridge. Wug, bad intentions in mind from Wug. We know how they like to go for the kills. This might very well be their time to shine if we go to zones here on the Reef. And this is, this is kind of where they might be able to show out, isn't it? Where you're just trying to, you know where they're going to want to go eventually. So you get to just kind of hang out there, pick out their area of ingress, and then you get to drop the hammer. Sounds fun to me.
Yeah, but another thing I haven't really considered, these two teams have been playing a lot of games against each other up to this point. So the first time seeing that double roller comp might be weird to you, but I'm wondering if BRK is starting to find a way to deal with this double roller comp. They're starting to expect where the flanks are coming from, where the arcing shots of the Dynamo are going to be coming from. And so far, it's worked out well for them as they have an early lead, but Valhalla should be in a position to where they can push up here and try to start a lockout situation.
This is Valhalla trying to control the area around, not getting pushed off the zone all that easily, and they indeed are going to take the lead. It's about a 40-point accumulation here. Booyah Bomb is going to find itself on top of the bridge. So maybe a bit of a look into the strategy here of Blue Ring Kraken. They're going to try to control the high ground in order to get the low. And just based on how gravity works, it tends to be sound. But Turd is going to get taken down by Noodles, by Anima. That's back and forth right here. It's a little tough to think that just taking over the bridge is going to be enough.
Yeah, but they, ultimately holding the zone underneath the bridge is almost more important. As Noodles gets a nice hit. You know, one thing I was going to say is I question if BRK has figured out how to work with the roller. It seems like Valhalla hasn't figured out how to work with the Tetras just yet. The Tetra players is basically feeding in. As you see them pushed all the way up there, and they're happy to get a trade right here, but they're finding ways to get kills without dying at the same time. That is critical for BRK's success, and it's the main reason why they got lead right here. Noodles popping off just at the right time.
Noodles, I mean, was looking a little inconsistent at the beginning of this set, not going to lie. I mean, we were seeing Valhalla getting challenged, but Noodles is finally starting to hit their stride, it looks like, as Valhalla is going to be working from behind. This is a potential 3-2 victory, as its score is 94 to, I believe, 61 at the moment in favor of Blue Ring Kraken, as Ludic is going to try to keep the area purple as much as they possibly can, but they do have an in, it seems, do Blue Ring Kraken. That is through that bridge. The splashdown is going to get called out, however.
Yeah, and it's going to be enough. But the splashdown, even though it doesn't kill anybody, does cause enough of a distraction for both Lug and Turd to go down on the roller. The remix getting sharked out as well in the zone, flipping right back. Man, Noodles is having themselves a heck of a game right now. It seems like whenever we switch to them on Spectator Cam, they're making a play that is either getting a lot of kills or affecting the zone enough to where it switches back into complete control of BRK. We see specials coming out here. Booyah Bomb and I believe that was Tenta missiles coming out as well. No, neither team has missiles. But it was enough for to stall the zone at least for a little bit. But Valhalla, once again, they don't want to be playing from behind here. They do have some specials to work with and plenty of time to get that zone back. But they do have a big mountain they got to climb.
Rough, certainly, as they are trying to hold on to this lead and cutting into the penalty now. Are Valhalla then having to work around this giant sea of purple that stands before them? Thorboy is going to look to provide some support in that area, but looks to be very few ways in. Valhalla understanding this map inside and out as they cut down into the penalty themselves.
Yeah, and we still see 10 seconds here to go. That Booyah Bomb going for the bridge instead of the zone, and instead Valhalla throws their Booyah Bomb at the zone instead of the bridge, but ultimately it is enough of a distraction there by Thorboy going for not the zone, but to attack the key choke point above the bridge. That ultimately gives zone back to BRK, who is now up, I believe, 3-2. Yes, 3-2 in this first bracket reset. And look at the KAs atop the score there. We give Noodles a lot of credit because they're making some nice plays whenever we see them. But the key to that is that the rest of BRK knows how to capitalize off of the crazy distraction that Noodle is providing. And that when you have a team that knows how to work with a hyper-aggressive Tetris player, that shows a sign of a team that is running with a lot of synergy right now. And now, obviously, they have a lot of momentum. This is the first time Valhalla has ever been in a deficit in this tournament across both days. And here we are, one game away from a bracket reset, Stu.
Now that is a weird situation to find yourself in. I mean, you have not faced adversity all that much, but how many times have we seen the number one seed in Low Ink come up just a little bit short? So ghosts of Low Ink past starting to rear their heads at this game number 5 that is coming up, this game number 6, excuse me, as Blue Ring Kraken look to, well, they're trying to keep history as a repeating cycle. Time tends to be a flat circle around these parts, as Valhalla will look to break the chain. They'll have to do so as we ride the tower on Anchovy Games.
Yeah, Splatter Swim being the only team ever since we switched to 2-day system to win. But that was on Halloween as the number 1 seed. The demons that have been exercised might be creeping back in here from BRK as we see a similar comp coming out. Valhalla obviously sticking to that double roller comp, this more defensive paint heavy comp that they have here. But Bug immediately going down. The aggression, what a switch that we've seen. The openings appear to have been more consistent and more powerful from the side of BRK up to this point.
And Noodles is going to go down early again. That seems to be the point that that Valhalla seems to be wanting to make, is to just ensure that at the very least that threat that Noodles provides is neutralized. Ben is going to try to provide a little bit more support building up for those missiles to try to target the tower perhaps. But right now, good defensive play on the good defensive play in the midfield. Is a wide range that you're working with here. As again, missiles are online and we'll have to see what the target is. They're indeed going for the office as the ride up towards the top level continues on for Living Kraken.
Yes, the Booyah Bomb coming out here, but that's a wipe! That's one of the few times we see Valhalla get wiped. That is huge. And now BRK, they have 2 players riding tower. Now they hop off. Now they're starting to push up, and they're keeping the fight away from the tower. The second checkpoint is usually extremely difficult to get across, but BRK is going to clear it with ease. This is a great situation for BRK to be in, and they're flirting with forcing that bracket reset earlier than the 5 minutes. But we do see the Booyah Bomb. Okay, there's the wipe, but still, damage done. 2 checkpoints and some change fall into the favor of BRK right there.
I mean, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Valhalla certainly have to realize that, and it will come down to how well they respond to adversity. As Turd is going to get a Booyah Bomb, and they will indeed rush to throw it onto that top level. I don't know about using it right there. You're not even close to approaching the office. I'm not sure why you throw it right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's again, this is just Valhalla being pushed into an uncomfortable situation. And honestly, they might not know how to respond to what's kind of being thrown at them. I mean, this is a completely different BRK team than what we've been seeing up to this point. They're getting the leads early, and they're finding ways to keep the aggression going. Valhalla obviously having a lot of issues dealing with that, with the comp that they have, but there's still 2 minutes here. If they can find a way to get some picks, you see Wug is currently top fragging for them. They need to find a way to get Wug going, honestly, and get that roller to start smacking some people to create room for the rest of Valhalla to move up and get into position that they need to be in, start clearing checkpoints.
But I mean, Noodles top fragging, reaching double-digit kills, just creating Kafka levels of chaos and dissonance. What we are seeing from them has been an absolute tour de force, and they're going to get up another assist right there. As again, they have reached 12. They have been controlling these smaller areas that they have been able to pick out. And thus far, as they go into this 1v1 with Wug, it looks like that's going to be advantage to the roller, but still nothing showing on the board just yet, as they have only accumulated 19 points.
Yeah, but here's where we need Wug to be. Wug needs to be on the enemy plat there, and that's going to create some space for this first checkpoint to fall. Now they're going to have to approach the second checkpoint, and if you're Valhalla, you don't need to think, well, we cleared this checkpoint, let's save up and do another push. You need to get the lead right now, because you don't know if you're going to have another opportunity to get the tower back here. The second checkpoint falls, and they're going to be flirting with taking the lead here. Noodles instead not going for the tower, instead going for the people jumping in, turn hopping on, and Ben Anima getting a huge pick there, stopping the tower right there. But now, if you're BRK, you're not comfortable. There's no checkpoint stopping Valhalla in the way from getting the lead right back. But you see the Thorboy building up that Booyah Bomb, which will do all but seal the game for them if they can just hold it and stay alive for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, and that Booyah Bomb is in fact online. I see no reason why they wouldn't hold on to it. Now the key is to just stay alive. I would have to think that priority number 1 would be to get that pick. And now you will certainly get on the tower first and foremost. The missiles are going to come out and chase them off the objective. That could very well be it. They are not able to get back in time as Thorboy seals the deal and blue ringed Kraken. Would you look at that? They have just reset the bracket, and it's a whole new ball game.
We see this almost every single low wink that's not on a spoopy Halloween. The team that's hotter, that's coming in from the losers bracket, that is facing a rematch against the team they lost to on the winner side, almost always finds a way to upend them. And the reason that is that so much of this is mental. On paper, Valhalla should have already walked off with the trophy. as we see, wait, why are players leaving the lobby? It's not over. We got 7 more games of Splatoon to go. Come back here.
Yeah, you ain't won anything just yet, Blue Ring Kraken. Sorry about that.
But so much of this is mental. And if you're BRK, you're heading into this bracket reset. You're excited because this was the only path you had to winning this one. If you're Valhalla, it's going to come down to, we talked about, they have experience. They have a lot of veteran leadership on their team. Can Wug and Turd, who've been in not in grand finals, but they've been in top cut of Flow Inc. for a long, long time. Can they right the ship here, and can they get their team back on track to being that dominant Valhalla team that we saw up to this point?
I mean, that's the $64,000 question, isn't it, Popgun? If you're talking about Valhalla, who have been so reliable defensively, you were an immovable object until you came up against an unstoppable force. And while, yes, it did take Noodles a little bit to get going, they did neutralize them relatively effectively in those games 2 and 3, but then you come up against the entire team of Blue Ring Kraken, where you're talking about Ben being such a nuisance up front while spamming the missiles and mixing in the movement to go along with that. Jerry and Thorboy bringing what they do to the table, and Jerry, honestly, kind of one of the silent carries of this team, just such a consistent force that kind of goes unnoticed when you're talking about the cacophony that's being introduced by those 2 up front. Jerry's been doing just fine supporting the rest of the team, and of course Thorboy with their backline play cannot go unspoken as well.
Yeah, Jerry is the offensive lineman that won't be in the newspaper, but is doing so much behind the scenes to help everybody else on BRK be as successful as they need to be. I know, Stu, you and me are the only person listening to this that understand that reference, unfortunately, but we're not talking about ball sports here. We're talking about the only sports we can do right now, which is esports, as we head into a bracket reset. First game, Rainmaker at Shipyard. Valhalla trying to bounce back from being bracket reset, and there we see the same comp that we're used to seeing from both teams. Nothing really surprising here, as we see yet again the answer is going to be, can Valhalla shut down Noodles before they become too annoying to deal with down there?
Oh, the chicken's going to call out Wug. You're not going to shark there. They knew exactly what was coming. And now Wug kind of on the back foot, but Noodles finds himself in a 2v1. That's the benefit of playing in a team environment, isn't it? And now as the Rainmaker is not going to be picked up quite yet, it is there seemingly for the taking. The sea of green is going to pop out, and Valhalla looks to take first crack at it, as Wug is going to try to position themselves for a shark, and they're up on the high ground. Noodles falls victim to it, and yeah, you kind of knew that was coming from Wug. It's going to be a matter of whether or not they can click on all cylinders. They relied so much, their defensive counterpunching play, relying so much on getting the numbers advantage, and Wug certainly keen to providing that, but Blue Ring Kraken, to their credit, have been doing a decent job of shutting it down for the most part.
Yeah, if you're a Valhalla fan, you need to see Wug just do what they were trying to do right there, which is push up deep into their base, create a distraction, almost exactly what Noodles has been doing for BRK. Wug needs to kind of create that same kind of situation there, and ultimately just find a way to pop off. Honestly, just because if you look at everybody else in the comp, once again, they're not really built for going out and getting huge leads when they're down here. But you see Ben Anima trying to find some ways, 2 players going down, and making this jump. And here's Jerry, the person we don't talk about much, once again focusing objective and getting lead. But a nice stop there by Valhalla. That is not a huge lead. Basically, all they need to do is land a jump on the left, and they'll have the lead back themselves. And Turd and the Charger player in a good position to try to get back mid, as it looks like they're trying to let the Rainmaker reset right here.
Get the shot in and not going to find it. Noodles going to take them down, but eventually a little bit of revenge is enacted. Bodies just skewed about everywhere as Jerry, Going to try to continue on. The missiles are going to support immensely. And yeah, a little bit of a squid bag. I know, tactical squid bagging, I know, but nevertheless, you got to appreciate it for what it is. I'm going to call it that, no matter what. What a push in, and that is going to be 66 points on the board in favor of Blue Ring Kraken, and that's the way that you want to start off the second set. You want to try to reverse the curse of the number 1 seed here at Low Ink. Well, you got to go through one of the tightest corridors on Surgeon's Shipyard in order to do it.
Oh, and Valhalla would have had the lead right there. How unfortunate that the bridge would rise up literally just as they were coming up to it. If that bridge stayed down, Valhalla would have had lead. Just an unfortunate time to do push matched up with the time that's on the actual timer there. What a break for BRK, and they're just going to let the Rainmaker reset and bring it back to mid here. But man, what a break for BRK that push happened exactly what it did. And Bid Anima getting a huge triple, forcing the last player to jump out. And BRK is going to look to add to their lead here, immediately going left, not wasting any time. And look at that, the bridge is down for them. How convenient.
I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous. But what is it that you can say about Blue Ring Kraken's performance thus far? Valhalla absolutely denied by the stage itself, and that is a
gods are working against them.
Ironic considering their name, but it's Turd is going to have to work against the tides of history here, trying to make things happen. They do have a little bit of an advantage. Turd hanging around there with that dynamo roller. They're going to try to get this push up. However, they're denied right at the ramp. 30 seconds remaining, and they're going to have to get this pop very shortly. However, they get the number going down as the dynamo, in fact, is going to fall victim. 4-2, both rollers are down. They're not going to have an opportunity to push this back in. They're on the run. That's a full team wipe. That may well be all she wrote.
That is what an impressive defense there.
Look at it! Bag on him, kid! Bag on him! That's what I'm saying!
Maybe not so much tactical on that kind of situation there, but we get the sense of how both teams are feeling right now. Obviously, BRK is a little bit hyped to be in the situation that they're in right there, and honestly, they have every right to be that. But look at Turd at the bottom there, 18K. Is Valhalla is showing some fight here, even though they're on this obvious downward spiral that they've been on for the past 4 or 5 games. But if you're Valhalla and you want to reset this, or you want to reset yourselves to get yourselves back on track, you got to just focus one game at a time. All they have to do is win one game, and all of a sudden, all the win out of BRK sales will be gone. But right now, honestly, there's so much win behind those sales. It seems like BRK can ship off to anywhere they want to right now.
It certainly feels like that, doesn't it? I mean, with all the momentum that they have accrued over the past couple of games, and certainly the last few sets coming out through losers, what we saw from Blue Ring Kraken, first over their dominance over Xylo, and it's not like Xylo were playing badly, it's just Blue Ring Kraken, their aptitude on Rainmaker really cannot be spoken about enough, can it? We've seen them push through thick and thin, even on this very map that we just saw. At Valhalla, yes, it's unfortunate that the bridge rose up at the point that it did. I kind of wonder, though, on that last play, if we could just pick it apart for a little bit. Just indulge me here.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like Wug might have been a little bit too aggressive trying to go after the Rainmaker after the Dynamo went down.
But even that last push there, I know we're heading into the second game. Valhalla still had an opportunity when they were going through mid there. It's just Ben Animo was the last player left alive, and it got the pick, and it allowed everybody else to jump back in and shut it down. So it just one player staying alive for BRK was huge there. As we see Ben Anima looking for a flank at the very top of the screen here. We have 2 players basically at Shrine, which is such the most useless spot of this whole map, and it looks like they're just trying to get into a 1v1 situation. Noodles trying to take down Wug, and Turd, excuse me, and Turd probably frustrated that they got that 18 KA and still lost, trying to take frustration out immediately on these Blue Ring Kraken players. We see an angry Turd right now. I never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, I'll take sentences I never thought I'd hear today for 500, Alex. That is nuts. As Turd is going to, wow, that is a weird cultural reference to make now. But either way, it will live on forever as Thorboy looking to make sure that Blue Ring Kraken never gets their name forgotten, as they are going to continue on pushing through with the splat lane. And this heavy splat lane has been domineering all throughout. Thorboy is looking to make their mark on this tournament yet again, this time on Splat Zone, Skipper Pavilion. A little tough when you can rush down on the zone so efficiently. How do you cope with being a heavy on this map?
Well, you just try to avoid Wug coming up in your face and sending you back to your spawn.
Good call.
A personal statement for one. But yeah, it's going to come down to, we've seen, we're starting to see both remix players, when they get control of zone, they like to stay at the bottom of the map there. You see the remix player for Valhalla here trying to come up and help in mid when necessary, but you see them both trying to stay down at the bottom, trying to stay safe, and just let the opposing team feed into their bullets. Since they know nobody can come from behind them there. The zone will flip back, but Turd once again, currently top fragging for their team. Just every single shot that Turd is flinging right now seems to be landing exactly where they want it to be, and it's working out so well. Both rollers, actually, for Valhalla have been playing extremely well up to this point.
Absolutely. That is basically the engine that carries this team forward, and they are going to live and die offensively based on their play. Thorboy is going to try to push forward on the back line as Valhalla, the #1 seeds, are going to at least get down past the 80-point mark. 84-29 is the score as it stands right now, but Valhalla is not done yet. Noodles is going to try to push in and try to get this kill on Ludic, and indeed they do. They're going to recap with the splashdown. Noodles coming through in flying colors for their team, as Blue Ring Kraken don't seem to be done just yet. We're at about 2 minutes remaining, Popgun.
Yes, but if you're Valhalla, this is the first time in 5 games where you've had a lead that you can feel comfortable with. Now they can play their trademark style, which is just hold on to the lead, use your specials. As you see, they've already got 3 built up. But Noodles doing a good job of trying to just hold down the top of the area there, but backs into an awkward Booyah Bomb as the splashdown forces them into it. Jerry, though, hey, we're seeing Jerry starting to pop off here, chasing a few players away, and they're able to hold the zone. This might just be a win here for BRK, as Wug and Turner are the only 2 players left alive. They're going to have a lot of difficulty getting past all 4 players at the same time. There's a nice hit there on Turd, but they lose lead, and I don't know if they have enough to stall it out here, and they don't. Another lead slips away from Valhalla, and we are now 2-0 in favor of BRK in this bracket reset. Just 2 wins away from winning Low Ink here.
I mean, we saw where the push was coming in, just kind of cutting up in through the middle as those 2 rollers were trying to work their magic. Turd top fragging yet again. Wug not far behind, 19 total KA between them, but it was ultimately not enough. They were able to hang on. We're Blue Ringed Kraken. How are they doing this?
Honestly, I think it's just more so Valhalla can't handle. They just can't handle the aggression that BRK is throwing at them now. They've been able to do it up to this point. Wait, was there a DC there? It should have still count. Yes, it looked like Ludic did DC, but however, we saw Valhalla didn't stop playing. They played it all the way through there, and I think it was underneath the DC time as well. I'm not a head TO, so I'm not going to make a call on that, but just the fact that Valhalla kept playing through that would give an indication that this game will count for BRK, but I'll wait for somebody who has a higher pay grade than me can tell.
Hoenn seems to be indicating as such, so he definitely has a he has a higher pay grade than both of us combined. He's a millionaire, so he's gonna do the
Is he the one funding all of this?
He's the bankroller behind Low Ink, obviously. So
And, that game will count. The official word that our producer is giving us is that yes, that counted, as it should. That was a I mean, it went too long. Valhalla kept fighting, but I mean, unfortunate DC, but I don't think the DC was the issue in that game. I think just BRK was just able to get the picks when they needed to, and I mean, same story we've seen up to this point. But man, if you're Valhalla, at this point, I honestly got to start thinking, what else do you have? I mean, double roller is cool. It's gotten you to this point, but it's getting a lot of kills. But I don't know. I feel like they just don't have fast enough aggression to kind of deal with what's being thrown at them right now. Are they? I would assume they're going to stick to what they've been doing, but at some point you got to see what else is in your bag of tricks, because this is what, 5 straight losses now.
I feel like it's just a little too obtuse in order to keep things going. You're almost becoming one-dimensional in terms of what Blue Ring Kraken can bring to the table, and what you have right now is just not been able to stop this tour de force that the 6 seeds seem to be throwing at you. So the right now Valhalla looking more than mortal. However, Anima is going to overextend just a little bit, and Turd is going to get first cap on the tower. It's going to be a double for the Dynamo Roller. And just as we say that, they do get a team wipe. That is going to be valuable points on the board, especially as we come up towards this first checkpoint and indeed the plat.
Yes, and
good kill there by the Flatland.
Yeah, we've seen Turd play really well in the last couple of games, even though it hasn't resulted in a win on the scoreboard. They're going to need to keep up that kind of aggression with the Dynamo that they showed up to this point, while getting a nice pick there as well before going down to the bomb by Jerry. But still, that first
indirect damage
falling. Yes. Ultimately, you're probably a little bit weak in the bomb to finish them off there, but first checkpoint falling for Valhalla. Once again, another good lead that they start off with. They've just been, as of late, they've been having a lot of difficulty holding on to those leads that we saw them do earlier in the set.
The saving grace that you have here is that this is, in fact, the slowest mode. So you are going to have plenty of time to set up and think this through, and maybe this is what gets wind in your sails, as Anima is going to utilize those Tenna missiles and try to carry this momentum forward. But yeah, Valhalla right now in this good push, 46 points on the board. They don't look to be done yet as they are approaching the second checkpoint. Turret does eventually go down, but they're still on the tower as they speak, and yet you are not pushing through at all. They're not even challenging at this point. They're down on the numbers. They have just passed the second checkpoint, and eventually you get a 3v3 situation, but 70 points on the board. If you're Blue Ring Kraken, you're kind of scratching your head and wondering, how are they doing this? And this is just persistence personified here from Valhalla. Gutsy performance on the tower as they are past the third checkpoint, looking for the KO. Not quite going to get it just yet. 3-2 on the map. They're not going to jump back in, but that is one hell of a push for Valhalla. 95 points. And they could be holding that all the way to the living end.
I don't want to jinx anything, but if BRK finds a way to win this one, it's over. If you're Valhalla and your comp is built to hold on to this, and you have this massive amount of lead with 2 minutes left to go, and you can't find a way to win this one, this is going to be so heartbreaking. But I mean, regardless, they have all the tools they need. They got double Booyah Bomb. It looks like, okay, I'm about to say Noodles has been having a difficult time starting to get things going, but we see a little bit of momentum coming here from Noodles if they can find a way to get one more pick there, sharking along that edge. You see them being as annoying as possible, but now going really far away from the tower here. This is kind of weird, but it's working out for them, it seems like, until everybody else dies and the tower ultimately will get reset in favor of Valhalla, but not without clearing that first checkpoint.
Noodles still throwing those bombs around. Gets a kill on the auto bomb, and another one with the dualies. One we're used to, the other we are not. But yeah, those you can't really count your chickens, especially when you can't see them, and especially when they're blowing you up, Hopper.
I think Noodles has about got 6 KAs right now without dying in this one push alone. They're so critical. It's obvious Noodles, when Noodles goes, the rest of BRK goes. But that's a huge pick there on the anchor player as you see them attacking the tower. Valhalla with 1 minute left to go. Clearing this checkpoint is going to be huge for BRK. They're so close to doing it, and they do just that. But they need to find a way to get past this third checkpoint right now. There might not be enough time to get another solid push going, and you're already so close. And one more player, third going down. There is a window here for BRK to come back and win this one.
They're not done yet. Noodles is going to touch the tower just ever so slightly. They're going to stick around and try to be a nuisance as they have been. Thorboy is going to drop a Booyah Bomb on that elevated platform and get right back up, utilizing the invincibility that the Booyah Bomb provides, and they are still pushing here. Blue Ring Kraken refusing to give up on this game. They've accumulated 75 points, but here comes Wug, and they get themselves a double. That is exactly the stop that they needed, and Valhalla have not given up on this set just yet. Power control will go to their favor unless a touch happens in the last 5 seconds, and indeed it will. Noodles is going to stick around, but they just barely don't go down to that splat bomb. They're going to stick around. They have to roll, but they do not get any more kills. The Booyah Bomb could very well steal it, and indeed Thorboy goes down, and that is going to do it. A hectic way to end it, but Valhalla holds strong. The sea of green around the tower tells the story. 95-75 final score, and look at this kill count. Turd putting the team on their back, but the Splatling doing a good job as well with 14 kills of their own.
That's what it takes to win a game. 5 straight losses, and that's what it takes to win just one game against BRK. That was such an amazing hold there. It seemed like there were so many little situations that were happening that were favoring BRK. Noodle getting the right picks and not dying, but still Valhalla made the one play. You saw Wug, the captain, stepping up. Wug does not want to play in another low wing. I've not talked to Wug recently, but I could guarantee you they want to get this low ink out of the way. They want to win it. They don't want to play in this anymore. And you saw that right there. What a great shark, and what a great patient play by Wug to get that key double there, and Turd finishing it off. What a performance there by Valhalla. But the question now for BRK as we head into Hotel Albacore Clan Blitz is, can they keep the momentum that they had up until that last game? As we see teams starting to ready up here. No surprises, but a Hydra and a Rapid Blaster, Kinsa Rapid Blaster. I believe we saw them use that against one of the other teams earlier in this tournament on this map and mode.
Valhalla right now is going to be looking to try to maintain their distance, certainly through that Dynamo, but also, yeah, Thorboy is going to be crucial for the other side as well, as the Hydra is going to be deployed by Blue Ring Kraken. And you would think, just in terms of distance, Blue Ring Kraken have the advantage, but Valhalla right now, oh my gosh, with their rollers, the mobility of Wug is going to pay dividends and then some in this map and mode.
Yes, it's going to come down. The interesting thing here is the Hydra, which is going to have way more range, and as range that can be abused on this map. I say that just as the remix says, I don't care about your range. I'm just going to shoot you right in the face and send you back to your spawn. So here we go. Valhalla in a situation here. They do have some specials to work with. Booyah Bomb, Splashdown Armor. They do have some Power Clams, and BRK is pushed back. They're turtling up right now, and they don't have their anchor. There goes the Booyah Bomb, taking out Noodles. So here they go. They're all coming from the left side. It will be enough to pop the basket. Can they do more damage, though? And it looks like they do get 2 Power Clams in. A very nice push there by Valhalla. So here we go. This is their trademark technique. Get a lead and hold on to it. The question is, though, will they be able to do that once again against this different BRK comp?
Well, for the vast majority of the set, Popgun, the answer has been a resounding no. And now they have to change that. So it's shown that it has not worked. We need to have this change if you're Valhalla, you're thinking we need to have this change if we're going to find any success, because this is what's gotten us this far. It's gotten us to the dance, but what's going to have us be the belle of the ball, as it were? I don't know. It's going to have to be a little bit more than that. I think you have to go for the knockout, even if you have 3 power clams staring you down.
Yes, this is a very scary situation if you're Valhalla right here. It's this whole game, honestly, with this up right here, if Valhalla is the first one to lose a player right here, that might cost them the game, because there is so much force. They got so many clams at the ready. And we see Baller coming in here. Valhalla trying to hold off a little bit. The jumps are coming in. And 3, are we going to see a triple power clam jump? We do, but only 2 land. Oh, that could have been lead. That would have been a very rare triple power clam jump, and just 1 player missed, or a bomb landed right on time to kill him before they could make the throw. But what a great defense there by Valhalla, but still, damage done. BRK does get on the board, and they won't have much in their way of getting lead the next time they pop the basket.
Noodles is just sitting there ready to contest Turd until Turd says, no, you aren't. And now the push is going to come in yet again. They want to at least widen the gap. That seems to be the case here. You're not going to sit back and turtle up. You absolutely need to keep things rolling here, especially if you have something as powerful as this gold line.
I think we have another DC. The junior DC.
So we do.
Are they still playing or not? The Wug's still playing. This one's going to count. I would assume this is still going to count. I mean, they have the lead. It looks like they're just going to play to try to hold on to the lead right here. Yeah, I'm not going to make any statements, but I'm assuming this is going to count. They're at least playing it out right now. And the lead is in control of Valhalla. As they do get a pick, can they find a way to win this one 3v4? This is absolutely going to count. You can't just fight your way out of this. Yeah, Valhalla's not giving up, so they're going to keep playing here. We do have a 3v4 situation. Honestly, Stu, they can still find a way to win this one. They have 3 specials at the ready, and you see, they're not even attempting to do a push. They're just going to straight turtle up here and try to hold on for 40 seconds.
I mean, once the paint bot goes down, you kind of have to. This is your armor. This is where you're getting your ink armor. This is where you're getting most of your slow little methodical pushes. You have to turtle up seemingly, but now, oh no, if this power clam, that power clam was inches away. What?
They're gonna win this? Are you kidding me?
Oh, look at that. That is how you do it. That is how you do it. And 3v4 Valhalla are able to fight back and continue on. They're trying to accumulate a power clam, and indeed they do. We are going to go into overtime. This is not done yet, Popgun.
No, and all they have to do is build up a baller, roll it in there. Will popping the basket be enough to get the lead? Math on my head says no. They'll need to throw at least 1 more clam. One taking down the power clam. What a shark and what a play. I don't think there's enough time left. They won this 3v4. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You will never see that.
Wug, are you absolutely out of your mind, Wug? That is how you do it. You shark with the roller. You go right back into that solo queue mode. You know what? I'm just going to go for those KAs. I'm going to get 12. I'm going to be the star of the show. And there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. And of course, Turd right alongside them with 11. They are going to live and die by those rollers. And the burden of proof is on blue-ringed Kraken to show that you can perform otherwise. That might be the momentum shift that Valhalla needed.
What a statement! Wow, seriously? They found a way to win that game? I can't believe that. That we've talked about Valhalla's technique is to get a lead and just turtle up and hold on to it, but I can't. So obviously, if there's any team that's built to win a 3v4 where you're already winning, it's got to be Valhalla. But that's the most impressive win I've ever seen in Low Ink history. That is absolutely insane. Now, here's the question. Ludic hasn't joined the room back up yet. So I wonder if their internet is just destroyed at this point, or if they're just having issues getting back in, or what the issue is. Also keep in mind, it's obvious where we might have DC issues going forward. Valhalla still hasn't used their DC replay yet. So if they do DC and they want to stop, they can find a way to get back, get that game back if it were to happen again. But we need to do some digging to figure out what's going on here. Are we going to play 3v4 the rest of this set? We'll do a little digging here. Let's hop in the chat.
Well, luckily, it's not going to be us doing it, so we just get to yell. We just get to yell at the things, and that's cool.
We just get to drop our jaws at that. I cannot believe that.
Yeah, I mean,
I cannot believe it.
What else can you say about Valhalla? I mean, they have had to fight through a lot of adversity in this set alone. Blue Ring Kraken giving them everything that they could possibly handle, and then some, and yet still down 3v4. They had the lead. They were able to build it up, and it looked like they were trying to accumulate something then again, but then again, Ludic disconnecting, and so the switch intact was made. Getting aggressive at just the right time around that power clam that forced the overtime to begin with. But yeah, Wug coming through at just the right moment with the double right around that power clam. You want it, come and take it. And they are able to get the kills that they need. Ludic has rejoined the lobby, so we are going to go to our next map. And it looks like it's going to be Rainmaker at Blackbelly Skate Park. So this is a tough one. If you are Valhalla, because you just got the momentum back in your side, and then you get the mode that they have beaten you in over and over again. What is your mindset going into this one, Popgun?
I have no idea. Are you kidding me? You just lost a 3v4. You had a 5-game winning streak, and now you just lost 2 in a row. Is strategy even relevant anymore? And it's just more who has what left in the tank at this point. I mean, we're seeing some really patient plays coming out of Valhalla here, and it's amazing they have the wherewithal to do that after everything else they've faced up to this point. But yeah, if you're BRK, the set is tied back up at 2-2. You got to be thinking, how did we win these things before? We put the pressure on Valhalla early. They need to come out and make a statement early and honestly just take everything that happened that last game and just chuck it out the window and put the pressure on Valhalla, as we see the same kind of comps coming out from both teams here. Instead, a Stingray for BRK and a Booyah Bomb for Valhalla.
I mean, you almost have to at this point. You have to just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Valhalla is going to look to do that, try to accumulate this early lead, but they know they're going for objective 2, Blue Ring Kraken. The missiles are going to come out, and Ben Anima going to rear their heads with the missiles, going to try to see if they can get a killer, at the very least reposition a few key components of Valhalla's attack. Nothing on the first 30 seconds. They are just pushing in the middle. It's like a sumo match. See who gets pushed out of the circle first. The Stingray, Thorboy is going to clear a path for themselves, and just like that, Thorboy, along with the rest of Blue Ring Kraken, are going to go with this initial push. Look at this. It's the curling bomb. It takes the curling bomb to chase them down. 79 points. Deal with that as an opening gambit, Valhalla, says Blue Ring Kraken.
That was a great play by BRK to avoid Wug, and avoiding Wug's throw right there got them an additional 30 points, and that is a huge lead to have, especially when you're BRK, and this push isn't over yet. You see Noodles trading an opportunity to try to flank around that left side. They're going to grab Rainmaker and keep pushing it right where they can add to even more points. Thorboy giving it up here, and they know a shark is going to be coming from Wug on that roller as you see them trying to just create space. This is a very scary situation for Valhalla. 2 players going down. Wug once again makes the stop, but it's going to come at a life. This should be a KO unless the Inzap can make a hero play, and they will not. What a response from BRK, winning that one in 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's exactly what, that is how you respond to what just happened in that last game. What a response.
You get punched in the mouth, and then Blue Ring Kraken come back with a glove full of buckshot. What is it that you need to see from that has left you unconvinced? Noodle with the 9 KA in that short map. Their dominance on Rainmaker, unmatched and uncontested in this tournament thus far. And now Valhalla up against the ropes. Blue Ring Kraken 1 win away. We're going to splat zones on Humpback Pump Track, and I have to think with the strategies that Valhalla have been employing, they do stand a pretty solid chance here, especially considering how they wound up playing on the other maps. But you see it right now. Skipper Pavilion splat zones wound up going the way of Blue Ring Kraken. They have the means and certainly the will to knock Valhalla out, certainly as quickly as possible.
And as we've seen, if you remember, Humpback Splat Zones was the first game at the beginning when this grand final started, and it went into the favor of BRK. They used the arrow spray and the remix. And Valhalla lost that game. So this is not a good map and mode combo you want to see if you're Valhalla, just because you have that in the back of your mind. But if they can find a way to win this one and force a decisive Game 7, it would be so hype. But here's the difference. They are bringing out the remix this time around, so they're looking for even more Booyah Bombs, and once again, the arrow spray. It's just going to come down to who can Booyah Bomb the zone more, and more importantly, who can get the picks to stop the Booyah Bombs from coming out.
And now as we're starting this out, I mean, just trying to secure their area however they can while getting closed down upon. Blue Ring Kraken showing that trademark aggression that we have come to know and that Valhalla have come to despise, certainly, as they are going to cap the zone first, and an initial 40-point gambit is going to do well. Wug is going to go down to the Booyah Bomb, and that is how you recap a zone. Just nullify a Booyah Bomb with a Booyah Bomb. Now that's a big brain play, Popgun.
Well, also, it was the Splashdown. Splashdown is another special that works really well on this map just because of the curvature of the zone. So there's a lot of different specials that we're going to see here. And as you saw earlier in that takeback, the screen is just going to be constantly flashing with all kinds of pink and green, or purple and green colors, excuse me. But at BRK, they got the zone. And it's been a great set, I'll say that.
I mean, sometimes I'll get names wrong. I'm starting to worry if you're getting colors wrong, bro. That's I might just be. But we do see a been a long set
coming out, getting painted over. Will Valhalla camp here? It's going to be hard to do with Dynamo going down. They do have a splashdown, but splashdown alone is not going to be enough to work with. BRK's getting a huge lead right here, and if they find a way to get a few more picks, this might just be the tournament.
I mean, we were talking about seeing the arrow spray in grand finals, and you were talking, it does work well on this map and this mode in particular. And it's just the Booyah Bomb Charger is going to be it. Look at this, counting it all the way down, and it's just like that. The tally is in, the count has been cast, and the winner is Blue. Blue Ring Kraken take Low Ink. November 2020.
What an impressive tournament for BRK. They went up against arguably one of the most dominant teams in Low Ink history, coming into grand finals, 30 wins and only 2 losses, and found a way to upset them, force a bracket reset, and beat them in a game 6. Coming back from that Rainmaker, or that Clamblitz Hotel game where they lost 3v4 and turn it around and win these next 2 games by KO. What an impressive performance by BRK. And honestly, I didn't see this coming from BRK. We saw them play last weekend in Ash Cup. They did make top cut, but this is such an impressive win for BRK. And you saw how they handled the end of that Shipyard Rainmaker game where they were visibly excited about this. I have no idea what their VC is like right now, but they got to be so pumped up that they just won this Low Ink right here in the way that they did it.
And not only that, the qualification for High Ink on December 12th, certainly nothing to shake a stick at. You now get to take on some of the past winners of Low Inks. I mean, having all those teams come back, it's like a big old family reunion. But I have to say, tip of the cap to Valhalla. They had every reason to give up, especially after they were down 2-0 in the set, and they came back to tie the thing up. And even after the DC, that might have been the last bit of gas left in their tank, but they utilized it wisely, and they did not go down without a fight. They certainly have everything to be proud of in this game.
Absolutely. Valhalla, I mean, again, we talk about this is a team coming from the ashes of Revitalize that disbanded at the end of the last tournament. Wug and Turd, this is the furthest they've ever gone in this tournament. I know this is heartbreaking for them to lose in the way that they did, but it just seemed like they just ran into a team that was just hotter than what they were. This will be good for the Valhalla team going forward. And who knows what's next in store for them coming up next. But for BRK, congrats at Burger King. I you know what? I know they're not related to BRK, but I might go get a flame broiled burger just to kind of celebrate what we just saw right there. What a grand finals!
I mean, it was an absolute whopper of a set. I can say that. At the very least. I think that was the pun you were looking for. Shoutouts to Inkfarer for being the producer and putting up with our puns this entire day. Please follow them on Twitter at Inkfarer. They've been amazing. The entire crew here at IPL. I mean, Grace, Sky, JPG, everyone who has ever done anything. Certainly Astro, who introduced me to this group of people to begin with. Can't thank them enough for all their contributions to this game and the effort that they put in to making this tournament as well as High Ink on the 12th possible. So please support them. Follow us on Twitter at IPL Splatoon. Popgun, where can they find you in the social media landscape?
You can find me most notably on Twitch at Popgun25. Every Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, I actually do a podcast series called The Popcast, where I usually recap lower level tournaments and talk about things that go on in the lower level community. So tomorrow at 12 on my Twitch, I will be recapping all of the nonsense you just saw today. I don't know how, because there's so much crazy things that went on in this tournament. But be on the lookout for that. And Stu, where can we find you on these social medias as you are leading a strong campaign to save Melee from the clutches of Nintendo?
Yeah, I'm not the leader. I am but one of many. But yeah, you can definitely hit me up at Stu the Announcer if you want to follow along if you just want humorous puns and occasional soccer takes, that's where you can get at me. But I also occasionally talk about gaming and human rights and all that good stuff. So hit me up there if that's what you want. Or if you want to see some suboptimal gameplay from a subpar caster, hit up my Twitch, twitch.tv/Stu the Announcer. I play a little bit of Splatoon there, but I'm not good. So if you want to ever feel better about yourself, that's where you go. So, folks, the final score from this low ink in grand finals after the reset, blue ringed Kraken winds up taking it by a score of 4-2. Thank you so much for joining us, for taking time out of your life to appreciate the game of Splatoon with us here in this November 2020 edition of Low Ink. So from all of us here at Inkling Performance Labs, I'm Stu the Announcer saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.